para ka palang albularyo talaga. Ganun.
Oo.
You don't mind
I know.
people calling you, ayan si Elizabeth, albularyo yan.
Ay, oo, kasi
this triple melee composition that has the Nico engage, and you basically can go on to anyone. The Ahri is not going to be safe. The Jace is certainly not going to be safe. And this immobile AD carry in the Misfortune has a pretty weak front line, frankly. The gap, and they will be looking for that as they have a great angle here with Keria on the flank. He doesn't have 6, but just a root would be enough to deny delayed entry. And it looks like YTlive Esports have just lost interest in the whole thing, and they're just going to give it over to T1.
Yep, not going to be grubs. Peanut instead just going to head towards this bottom side jungle. Look to steal that one away.
And maybe also worried because Doran does have his TP available now, right?
Yeah.
His was a lot earlier on the cooldown. If that play had worked and they had been able to pick off Owner, I think they would have definitely gone for it. Those trades.
A lot of value out of that one. Gold incredibly even, as we can see, is now Zeka moving forward. Peanut's here, though. He's even got cease and desist. It's going to be used by Faker as he hijacks it away. And there it is, returned in kind. And Zeka will finally claim the first blood.
On these critical items.
That was so many Wukongs that Peanut just had to watch. The army of monkeys heading towards the Vi. As, all right, cease and desist comes out. Peanut just starting this fight as he flashes away. Pop Blossom to stop any sort of follow-up, as now Peanut is just alone in the enemy jungle. Bullet time comes through. It does get a bit of damage down, but it's not going to kill anyone. And now Faker, with that Spirit Rush available, looking to try and close in on the rest of HLE. What was that, Peanut?
Item spikes be damned. If you go in alone, 1v3 into the enemy jungle, having just 2 spike advantage doesn't really matter.
Well, now Zeus is fighting against Doran. They, I was going to say trade ultimates, which I guess is kind of true, but Jace doesn't really have one. As Doran throws out the needlework location. It did give him some trouble before, as oh dear, Gumushi could be in trouble as once again, cease and desist comes down. He does have flash, so he's going to use it. Bullet time coming on in, as the Cyclone there from Ona defending his AD carry. The flash not quite working, but now Doran throwing some needlework towards Peanut, who wants to get himself away and does Vault Breaker out. Charm will connect, as now Doran could be in a bit of trouble to survive, but the Rift Herald's still up, and T1 are going to take even more this game.
It's Peanut again, disconnected on the other side, but it's Owner who goes for the punish, and Owner has just been shutting him down in these big fights where there's just a big, discrepancy between where Peanut is, the targets he's chosen, and YTlive's ability to follow up at range.
If they want to win this, as there comes Doran in again.
Yeah,
Doran here
teleport's
faster.
coming through from everyone. Zeka going to make his way over. Let's see whether this soul point can be denied. Hex Gates coming on in as Zeka finding so much damage. There's the steal. It's Zeus that takes it down, and the Pop Blossom doesn't do nearly enough.
They're in the
T1,
pit.
they do lose 2. They have 3 left, still alive. Shattering Strike not doing too much as Doran and Goom are able to take down the Rel. And now it's even footing. Faker trying to find it. The dash cannon getting him into this fight is now Viper in trouble. The Canes land! And they try and keep him alive, but it does not work. Zeus trying to push them away. And him and Zek, I don't think it's going to be enough. T1 win the fight, but they don't take the Drake.
Continuing his struggle. And then here, Viper, I don't think needed to flash the initial needles that came through.
Oh god, the chain's gonna have to be flashed here by Zeus, as Faker doing so much work, and Owner is there with the follow-up. Hands the goat and assist, and they're gonna look for a top lane out of turret.
It's again the side lane overload. We saw T1 do this so many times. Yesterday against KT, but also a lot in the last 2 years. And this time it's Zeus on the receiving end, instead of being the one that benefits from it.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily going to be, okay, Faker, if he wants to auto that turret, he might not be getting out alive. But either way, the thing about the side lane pressure too is that those were the big leads that Hanwha had in the top and mid lane. So much agency in this game too, because you're playing a dive comp with this Ahri Vi. You want to go on to a single target and blow them up, and then Keria could just wait and re-engage and ruin your whole setup so easily and give T1 those opportunities. The Nico obviously very strong in this draft, great with Callista, powerful in lane. Be there. You need your team, you need the setup, and you need to be the team that's getting the first kill.
Well, they're going to look for it here as Delight going to be able to use that blast cone, but he's down incredibly low and will get taken down. Possible overextension, though, as the Orbit Deception does a lot of work, as Faker dashing around the battlefield with his hijacked Spirit Rush. Now, Pop Blossom is going to find only one, but it's Zeus. That is a great target, as now Zeka looking for the chance. The bullet time doing massive damage, but Doran now looking to get on top of Viper, who is completely alone and will get eviscerated. The wallet's so heavy here for T1, and they just take HLE out of the fight.
It was the fake out from Carrier, the double fake out. It looked like it was just the clone coming towards them, but it was him.
It was him. Zeus tries to react, but the biggest part of this is Delight dies, right? If you have that Magnet Storm, so many of these things go better for you. Maybe not the bullet time, because I think Viper couldn't have gotten any more value than he did in that one, but there wasn't any follow-up. They were so split, and so Doran just runs at Viper, the misfortunate immobile, and now Zeka clashing with Faker.
Yeah, Chain's not going to connect here as Delight will come in, but so will Carrier. Magnet Storm picked up by Faker here, taking a fair bit of damage, but they've taken the soul point. They've gotten exactly what they want. And Faker is able to keep himself alive. It's missing it outside of, and Carrier on T1, but Gumayusi having his, Ona having his, very important here for T1.
I mean, T1, they're gonna have Fate's call back in just 10 seconds here, and T1 with melees that can just rip you to shreds.
Yeah, speaking of being ripped to shreds, Peanut gonna try and get over the wall, but the flash is there for Ona, and he just knocks down the Vi. There is nowhere that Peanut is safe in this game. So no jungler. So let's see whether HLE can try and kill T1 before they take this Baron. It looks like it's going to be impossible. Under 4,000 health as Delight goes in, finds the Magnet Storm. Let's see whether they can get the kills with the Pop Blossom. Doesn't do too much. They take down the Gwen, but this is still Baron picked up for T1. They go for the fight, and they're looking to try and turn it. Gumayusi takes down Zeka. They've dealt with this Rel at the same time, and T1 say we'll just take everything.
Be able to win that fight as Carrier potentially punished here. We're getting trolled by the observers. Owner gonna check it out.
Oh dear. No, I think it might be Peanut getting punished here just a little bit. Slowed down by the Rend. Nimbus Strike gonna be coming up pretty soon here. And Faker comes on over. He's just going to escort Owner in and escort HLE out of this first game.
And we can talk about the drafts, but for me, it's just the form of Humble Life. They look desynced. They don't really seem like they were ready for the high tempo.
For T1.
For T1, he's looking for a bit of
threes carried expectations after this one.
Yeah, me included, feeling a little bit silly for some of my opening statements here, because it did feel like HLE were the better team before, based on our assessment. But momentum is so powerful, and T1 in this stadium, man, just feels like they are unlocked an extra level. And Faker now picking up a Magnet Storm for himself. That is going to be 2 inhibitors. This is, of course, feeling like a little bit of ceremony, because this game is all but over. That is going to be a bit of an engage on Doran, but he does go into the mist and now looks to fight 4 people. Going golden here. Those big old scissors doing some work. There is the Magnet Storm finally. The bullet time coming in, but the wallets are so big. The Pop Blossom massive as well, and T1 just slaughter them.
Well, just have more farm to access the Jhin and the Victor, just more powerful as a champion there. And this is Carrier coming over with Owner, and obviously with the, Ambessa in the bottom lane who hits level 6, there's just no real opportunity for contest. You see Zeus is going to ult back to the bottom wave here to catch on what he can, but the Dragon still goes over. So once again, T1, full Dragon control in this series.
Still, I feel like HLE have been really good at picking up every minion wave, so getting maximal experience, Dancing Grenade, but like you were saying, Grubs going to be the trade for a decent amount here towards the bottom side. As Zeus is just trying to play that weak side Scion, and here is the Realm Warp in as Faker off to the side, doesn't get hit by that Q, and in comes Ona to finish him off. First blood going over to the Pantheon as a teleport does come through. Actually, Zeka just walking down towards this bottom side as Faker just executes himself, denies the money to HLE.
I think so close as well, Zeka, to trying to get on top of Faker's. Uh-oh.
There's Depth Charge, and there's the main CC. I think he's dead. Yeah.
They got him this time.
Yeah, they did get him this time, so there we go. 1 versus 1 as far as those kills are concerned. Here on the bottom side of the map, Doran in a little bit of trouble as well, but
and Peanut's just gone.
Case in point.
We just knew like exactly what was going to happen here in Hanwha Life. We're only really half contesting anyways.
It's a bit early.
Hanging around.
Yeah, this Dragon is going to be secured. Deadly Flourish not going to be enough to stop that one, as it is going to be an Ocean Soul, not the the most pivotal.
The problem with Zeka being ahead is going for a very safe build here with the Rod of Ages. And not going full damage.
Going to connect here is, okay, they're going to go for the chain CC. Carrion tries to move himself out of the way, but Peanut locks down that kill and just caught napping here a little bit. The Poppy ball are rolling.
Yeah, they might just look to try to somehow get this full turret as they look for owner.
Yeah, another hook does come through. There's the audacious charge as Faker is off to the side to make this an actual 2 versus 2. But Zeka comes over to make it 3. Gumayushi a little bit later. The Arcane Storm, not quite enough as the Chains of Corruption comes in and Peanut taxis his way out with the Grump. Knocks it up there as well, but the Realm Warp is coming in. Peanut does have to flash as another hook is going to come through as Viper has to cleanse as Kerry is back once again. Okay, Keeper's Verdict does get him out of there. Now Faker is the one left alone. Zeus turns up. Enough of that funny business, says HLE, it's Viper that gets the kill.
Massively.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut initially looks like maybe he has, as we're not done yet.
All right, there's Grand Starfall underneath the turret here onto a gravity field as Ona, he can't tank the turret anymore, and Peanut in a good position this time. Huh?
Yeah,
What?
Not really sure.
That was my analysis at the end. I put the analysis.
I'm on this. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Not really sure about that one. I mean, it's only 4 stacks of Rod of Ages for Zeka, but it's not about the build. It's just about the fact that there wasn't great follow-up there, and you're going.
If he doesn't do the damage, don't worry, the turret will. Could have chilled out a little bit on both sides throughout this series.
Yeah, Peanut's the same.
Yeah.
Because this isn't really the kind of Jhin snowball we were talking about. This isn't really quite the same sort of like, I wonder how they'll use that. Like, oh, the Rod of Ages on Zeka, you know, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll see how it works out. And I mean, I guess they could call that a backfire. Now we're looking for a flank for Carrier.
Okay, Drake is currently being taken here by Faker. Zeka moving on in. Peanut with that win becomes lightning. Carrier looking for that flank angle, wants to hit the Keeper's Verdict to make this a man advantage for T1. As he finds it, it is just about perfect as now they just single out Zeka. That is going to be killed on the other side though, as both mid laners are now lying in the dust. The curtains have been called and T1 has split the flash forward from Delight as now Zeus turns up to be that monster in the front line. But Carrier is still being a menace. Zeus is looking to lock him down as Gumayushi over the wall is getting the pot shots in. Viper now singled out by Doran, who still has a lot of damage, and Zeus will be cut down where he stands. HLE once again losing a team fight.
And it's just way better coordination here from T1 in these moments. The Flash Keeper's Verdict from Carrier on the flank was absolutely insane. It gives him just enough space. At the end of the day, T1 pulling ahead in this one objective-wise, still down in gold, but it feels less significant as Doran.
Public execution goes in as Viper is just going to get executed. They blow him up, and now the Chains of Corruption to hold Zeus in position. The rest of HLE trying to get here, but 2 are already on the floor, and T1 are just happy that they've showed up for the slaughter. The knockup comes in though, and Doran is going to be taken down, but Delight will also be returned as another one. And there is the Keeper's Verdict. Carrier not going to opt into it, but they've still won the fight.
They're going to get this 5v5 win. Carrier again. Can they find him?
It's Carrier's angle as he just knocks Peanut away. The heroic charge comes in now. The Pantheon comes through as well, but it's not quite as coordinated as we saw last time. Viper fighting against Doran though. Deadly Flourish comes in. They take down Ona, and now Doran finds himself inside the blender, and he will be taken out. Now the curtains have been called. Carrier slowed down. He is out of range of these shots, and now Zeka is 1v1ing against the Poppy and kind of losing. That was scary. And Carrier is able to walk his way out. Still this time, HLE find a fight.
I mean, Guma hits that arrow, it's a kill, he does miss it, but Hanwha Life will win their first dragon of the game. And yes, it's the same play from Carrier. They only hit the jungler this time, and the follow-up isn't as clean.
And there's the 5v5 we were looking for Hanwha. They deny the soul. They also deny, as Delight is on the ward, do take note.
All right.
There's no rest here.
Death charge going to come through here, but Faker just decides he wants to kill Zeus, and he might be able to do so. Gumayushi in a fair bit of trouble as Zeka distracted by the Poppy once again. Viper now looking for an angle. Deadly Flourish, will it be in range? And he doesn't quite find it, but he doesn't need to. It's a double for Zeka, and HLE running away with it now.
At T1, they try to run the play back, but this time Hanwha says, come on, you can't do that to us 2 times in a row.
Zeka moving towards his top lane, going to extend that gold lead just a little bit further forward. As HLE looking to try and take some control of this game.
Again, denying vision of T1, forcing T1 to be in this area.
Yeah, Carrier.
TP.
Yeah, they're just looking for Zeka, and he is
It's a deep TP.
He is a long way away from everyone. As he flashes towards Ona, the rest of his team is coming up though, and his health bar is pretty high. He's still alive for now. The depth charge comes into public execution, misses onto this Victor, who is just standing in amongst all of his bodyguards, and now Faker is singled out. It's Zeka's turn to close in. Faker's still looking for that damage, but now the fight is ensuing on the other side. Delight might give himself up, but the knockup is there from Zeus. He's trying to stand in the way, and Zeka might get executed here by Doran. He goes golden, and Doran is still alive. They take him down as the arrow is going to be there from Gumayusi, as 3 for 3 is the trade. But it is only really the tanky members alive from HLE, and Gumayusi is still terrifying on his signature Varus.
And also domestic Doran is unreal.
This man, who is this guy, Wolf?
Backspace, but I think this is where Humble Life's comp should really shine. When they can get that front to back, Faker looking on the flank.
Let's see that carrier ult. That's the most important part of a lot of these fights.
Oh, the Ocean Rift.
You really don't get to front to back when a Poppy is in the game, especially when it's carrier.
He's got the heal set for a bit of a gap close as well.
Well, Faker is actually just going to try and take down the start in the mid lane. He will be successful, and remember, T1, they don't necessarily need to go for this.
He wants
but they can, as here's the Keeper's verdict. They do get rid of the Sai on the front line. Is now gone. The Gravity Well is doing so much work here, as Zeka just walks away and lets that Arcane Storm do the work, but it's Gumayusi, it's Faker, and they have so much damage, and they'll get the soul off the back end.
And Guma, but again, it's that Poppy!
Yeah, man. Carrier just removes that front line, and then they can't do anything about it. The top lane is trying to face off, but Chains of Corruption comes down towards his bottom lane. Delight probably lucky that that anchor didn't land. And T1, the war of attrition is just being won on their side of the rift. Here's the flanking teleport, though, as Gumayusi could be in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have his shield, and he doesn't have a whole lot of hope, but he does flash. And the train is not even going to get the stun. The wind becomes lightning, misses. Is the knockup going to be there? The rest of T1 are turning up. Guma's still trying to kite this one out. He finally dies. The knockup is huge there from Delight at the same time, as HLE are trying to fight off Doran on the other side of the fight, and things are going completely wrong for HLE on the top side. Delight trying to get out. The flash in front from Carrier is just gorgeous, and Doran can do no wrong here in Busan.
And why Humble Life is firing skill shots into the nothingness of the rift. Doran is 1v2ing.
Yeah, I want to have a chat with Aslan, man. That guy's getting hit by everything there in Narnia.
Oh man, Doran is just having the series, again, just like he did yesterday, that you couldn't have predicted coming into Road to MSI. Not to say that the guy was weak, he was still one of our best top laners, but to see him do it this well and to really be on peak form. Yesterday we thought, okay, maybe it's because he's perfect, or it's because he's against perfect, because perfect is a much weaker top laner than Zeus. These drafts that we're seeing, the Poppy coming through.
All right, Zeus, his health bar is looking a little bit large, but let's see how long it lasts. As there's another public execution. Doran getting in amongst 5 people underneath the turret. They haven't gone down just yet, but there's the Grand Starfall. Here is T1, and it's a double already for that man in the top lane. Zeka gonna go golden, and just watch as T1 rolls over the top like this wave that is just attacking them in their base. Viper, yeah, I think probably sticking around on this fountain is going to be the right idea, as T1 will move to match point here and make it possibly a pretty short one here in Busan.
And that bot side play, the power of friendship, T1 have done that exact thing so many times.
First pick nearly feels like it kind of ended up in an odd spot at the end of this draft.
And it's one of Zeus's most iconic. It's a champion that he played so much and that he really started to make a name for himself during his debut. But I think with the slow TP, I don't know if they can contend. Peanuts on the other end of the map, so they're clearly deciding to let this go, and that's another dragon going to T1.
See, Delight uses his TP to come down here with Viper, but they can't do anything to this dragon. And like you said, it's just insane how much control over Dragon T1 has had this entire 3 sets of games.
Still at the highs, but them just gapping like this, I think, is unexpected.
That's the worst.
That is not what they were looking for here, as HLE still with an opportunity to fight for this one, as we've got top laners battling before this all starts. Gumayusi and Ona in position on these grubs, as Carrier able to grand exit from this one. Zeus moving back towards his teammates, but he's going to have to crash his way out of this, and it looks like that is what's going to happen. And there is the objective, just going over to T1 for free. Yet another one, tick it off
the timing on this, where they are able to get the second grub without using smite, and then just be able to secure the third one for free.
Carrier about to hit that quickness as well. Just needs, there it is.
I mean, they're just going to zone him off another wave. Like, otherwise, I mean, good luck defending this dive.
Well, there is that quickness that goes in, gets the charm onto Delight, who's kicked away. But here's the heroic entrance. Gumayushi with the Feather Storm, though, and he holds Zeka in place. The Winds of War come down, and the Sonic Wave is going to miss. That would have been a dead Zeka there, a dead gargoyle underneath the turret, and it might still be, as Carrier not quite with the amount of damage, but the feathers get recalled, and here comes Faker. He finds the angle. There's another Pyroblast. It could be a triple for the Annius. Tibbers looks to clean up, and it's in fact the Blind Monk that gets it in the end. 4 for nothing here for T1 in this early game, and Zeus is also taking damage from Doran.
Have some poke, you can play around objectives, but I mean, this is just a bottom 2v2 setup where, again, Guma pushes it in and they have so much agency. Zeus looking for something back here in the bottom lane.
He has to.
Yeah, let's see
Has
whether
to
he can
try.
find it.
DP though.
Teleport is going to come in. Doran goes all out and doesn't get CC'd from the Gnar. Zeus looking to try and get himself out of here, as there is the wallop. It's Carrier that comes in, and there's the Q charged up. Doran wanting a little bit more. The flash does come through as Zeus gets the transformation. The turret's getting aggressive. Zeus still trying to get out of here, but it does not work, and Doran picks up the kill.
It almost feels personal as Doran is making this road to MSI all about him.
Well, T1 are going to continue making it about them as they look for this engage onto Peanut. He tries to get himself out of there, but Delight is in such an awkward position. Zeus is coming on over. The door has been set up as Viper in a decent spot. The culling this time is going to actually hit some T1 players, but the block from Faker is so good, and Zeus will just get wiped out. Oh man, is this T1? Is this the Harlem Globetrotters? They are just dominating.
This is disgusting! I mean, it's the most one-sided game we've seen in a while, probably arguably across the whole tournament. We had some crazy KET 3-0s, but this is something else entirely. Doran gets the whole turret, the first turret, and feeds a string. I don't know if this could be any more one-sided. And I want to see the Hanwha fans. How are they feeling right now?
I don't want to. Let's not do that.
I'd rather not know.
The wallet advantage also going to be helpful.
All you got to do is just ult that there, and you're fine. As even this is desperation.
Yeah. I mean, this is Zeka being able to push Faker away. He's, of course, got the Molten Shield and now has a bear. Going to make this one a little bit unfair towards the bottom side of the map as the Winds of War come down. But I don't know whether Zeka can even win this.
Oh
he
my God.
discovers that as well as he flashes
Terminates
away.
it! It's too much! Reigning LCK champion, Kruglord Doran, which I feel like we need to give him the credit. He is the defending champion, and it was on this team that he's facing right now.
Yep. And the defending world champion that's on the other side isn't quite getting it done as Carrier goes in. Owner there as well, finds the kick to get the double knock up. As they're now just looking to take down Peanut. They'll take that one very comfortably. Delight next on the menu, delicious. Here's the knock up comes through. My God, the damage as Zeka will be eviscerated.
Nice.
And Viper standing alongside Zeus underneath this turret, and Doran says, you are coming with me. The Kruglord sends his regards as Viper will look for a Mega Cone for a disengage.
Am I crazy? Or is it actually perfect gameable? All grubs, all herald, all turrets.
God, you
no
are
kills
right.
for Hanwha. They could perfect game Hanwha and knock them out of MSI.
Oh, that is absurd. Okay, Zeus is just going to get taken down under this turret unceremoniously. And like you were talking about, the perfect game still on the line. 12-0 is the kill score. They're going to take an inner turret here at 18 minutes. Oh man, now we're just talking about actually can they get a kill ever in this game? That's going to be the question, is maybe off the back of this one, but never mind. He's got the smooth moves to taxi alongside the Grump, the Blade Caller there as well to hold him in place.
Well, they got to defend this dragon if they want to keep that alive as well.
Oh,
Guma.
yeah. Zeka going in. Guma is going forward into 3 people. The feathers are just doing so much damage. As all right. Carrier going to join him. There is the knock-up attempt onto Zeka, who doesn't get the taunt. Onto Gumayushi, he's got the shield, the flash, but the Feather Storm is there in answer, and Zeus cannot do anything as he gets that backline. It's the Pyroblast from Faker that locks him down, and they might be able to get one. Carrier is going to fall. There goes the perfect game, but it doesn't mean anything because they are stamping their ticket to MSI in this play right here.
DK fell for it again award, but we collectively fell for it again when it comes to T1. Of course they're going to be our MSI representative. Of course they just turn it on when it...
Composed on the stage here as Hanwha, considering all the circumstances around this almost qualification for them. Is bye-bye.
Is just going to run towards Faker. The all-out from Doran just says, nope, no Mega Cone for you, sir. As in goes Carrier, finds them all in that back line. As the Galio comes down, but he just gets booted out of the rift entirely. Zeus now just trying his very best to hop his way out. Don't mind me, everyone.
The minion
as
died!
the Sonic Wave goes wide. But I still think he's just being escorted to the death chamber, ladies and gentlemen. Doran tanking up his turret momentarily. The grand entrance holds him in place. And now the base is going to get broken. Gumayushi going to test his mettle against the Otacon. And yeah, T1 are able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, until they decide that it's time to pick up that ticket.
He doesn't win this.
I don't think he does.
I mean, I'm pretty invested in this one right now. As he might be out, I don't know what he thinks plans. Yeah, he's look at the plays, look at the moves, Gumayushi! What was that? That was soloing an Otacon, everyone. That's what that was. It was camp, but still.
A clearly stronger one.
It's some revenge. It's Delight. Oh god, the Braum just taking so much damage here as Doran throws Zeker into the wall. He's not quite as tanky as he really wants to be right now. Still cannot tank 4 members of HLE, but it does not matter. He's just zoning. We thought the turret goes down. And all right, HLE are at least on the map for the moment.
Are they?
They are absolutely reeling. In goes Zeka, looking to try and get one against Faker here as Carrier says absolutely not. He finds a whole lot of charms here in this mid lane. The heroic entrance is going to get a knock up onto the Rakan. Yeah, they'll be able to kill him again, but do they have any chance in the rest of this fight? And the answer is maybe they can get Faker, but otherwise it is all T1 as Gumayushi will be able to take down his former teammate. Peanut trying to get himself out of here as Ona going to join him as they blast cone their way out. Another Sonic Wave is going to go wide as the Blade Caller coming on through. Peanut trying to do what he can, but Ona just needs one more auto, one more something as the cat will survive.
He gets out, but I don't know if he feels happy right now about it, Atlas, and
yeah, we can cue the yakety sax, I think, a little bit here.
I'm pretty confident he doesn't. I'm willing to take that bat.
End to this funny business as Delight came in. So that's going to try and help out here as he does have a taunt. He manages to buff the Justice Punch quite nicely here, but he's still on a sliver of health. Zeus decent Nabba position right now, but there is the insect from Ona. He's going to be able to take down Vipers. Now Peanut once again finding himself in a precarious spot, but not as precarious as what Zeus is dealing with right here. It's a cute little Gnar, and he might be able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but T1 are still just messing with them. As finally the Sonic Wave is going to connect, and Ona collects another kill. Delight puts up the door. He's got a flash, but he doesn't have a chance to use it. And now T1, with so many members of HLE out of this game right now, they're going to look to take down an inhibitor and get this first Nexus turret taken down as well.
26-3, 8 turrets to 0, no objectives for Hanwha in this final game.
And I had a line prepared about denying golden roads and things like that. I just don't think it's relevant. T1 were just so damn good today. It didn't even look like Hanwha Life Esports turned up. They'll take down the Nexus and T1 will stamp a deserved spot at MSI.
On one side of the arena, elation for T1 returning to form.
These were some of the best highlights from today's matchup. Which moment was your favorite? Let me know in the comment section below. This is OP, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
It is absolutely ridiculous. The true tanks on the top side of the map, you could say that maybe the range is going to be a bit of a problem. That's why Victor has always done decently well into the Rise, and there's not really anything that can challenge what Faker is going to be able to produce here on the Rift.
Figure out that this Sion is missing.
Well, there's the knockoff from Doran immediately. Doctom trying to get out of there, but Peter, he is just dead. Carry going to take the long way around as Doctom throws some sticks into him, but that is the value already. And this, it's a tale as old as time. We've seen this Sion play for so many years.
But not the case here. We do see, though, BDD looking for a possible roam. Does get spotted, but they are quite low. Guma has his sums, but I think they can look to dive here.
I mean, he's just walking in. The Rune Prison is going to be so powerful as flashes come out everywhere, and there is another kill. now onto Docton to start this one off. A 1-for-1, but T1 will 100% take that. Both summoners do come out of the Corki, but still, that is a great trade as T1 stands strong in the bottom lane. It's way out, and that control ward not going to see the Elise, who does poke her head out now. There is the CC eaten, but Perfect taking so much damage here underneath the turret. And Carrier off to the side. Here's the Ornhorn, though, is Perfect looking for the angle. He'll get it, but the Ignite's still ticking down. Owner is making his way in, though, and I don't know what Perfect's going to be able to quite do here.
He's healing up slowly. BDD so far away.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be able to do. And if that was any other support, maybe he'd be okay, but it's an Elise, and so she just executes it.
And on the other end, it's a Sion, so diving in is a tough ask for KT. I do think the strength of KT's comp really shines is in 5v5s. Skirmishes, I think T1 kind of have them beat. There's so much burst available. But in longer fights, as even with the proxy, Doran's going to TP in.
Yeah, KT do manage to get 2 of these grubs, though, as Cocoon going to connect. And it is onto Peter, actually. I think that was the real Peter. As they do secure the one singular grub.
I don't know if that's worth TPing for.
Oh dear, Doran is in an awkward spot.
That's a TP for a single grub.
Look for a back is okay. Roar the Slayer comes on through, but I think the Ornn is going to be okay. KT looking for Dragon number 2 here, as it's going down lower and lower. Remember, it's Smite and Ren, so that is going to be a guarantee. Enough sticks in there to lock that one down.
That's Hackstack.
Oh my god, okay. We are starting off pretty strong here. I was a little bit worried because it was, what, Cloud and the Ocean. It could have been a Chemtech as, all right, Doran, tanking up the turret because he can. But Faker is coming on over, and Perfect could be in trouble yet again. Doesn't manage to get the Bellows Breath off quite in time, as Doran slowed down for quite some time there and does have to flash, as there's the knock up onto Owner, and he'll go down. The follow-up is now here as BDD looking to hold Faker in position. He does so as Cuz is going down lower and lower. BDD still trying to kite as best he can, and there is Doran zoning him out with that Q.
Need to be careful. Don't group up too much. There is so many circles here, Atlas.
Yeah, and there is Faker moving down from this top lane.
There's the
does
TP.
deal with the minion wave, and there's the teleport in. Like you say, Perfect does have that ram available, and that's going to need to get the value. Let's see whether Cuz can win this 50-50 as he gets in. The train going to completely miss here as another one comes through and gets a double knock-up. Owner in the sky forever. Cuz gets the Peter down, and oh my god, Peter with the Pop Blossom. BDD off to the side, though, unable to find the value in T1. Still standing up, but they've lost 1 extra in the fight. And I don't think they want this 3 versus 4.
That you need to respect. So, KT bringing back the lead to a very, very small amount of gold, and we just see Herald go down. Was used in mid lane.
But doesn't have half of his health bar now. This is dangerous. BDD moving in. Perfect on a flank angle, but not quite here in time. As they do manage to get the slowdown. The run! Oh! Perfect with the sick play! As the Dragon is now forgotten. Perfect trying to get out of there. The Pop Blossom somewhat interrupted his owner. Going down so low, but gets the drive-by smite to deny the soul point. Still, these health bars are so extraordinarily low. And Cuz is just spinning around in the Dragon Pit for some reason. He flashes to get himself out of the way.
Enemy champions not giving KT really an opportunity to respond. If you're trying to fight your way from these choke points.
There's the run wall forward as BDD. He puts the spider up into the sky. Gumayushi has to Valkyrie to get himself out of the way as Peter may have overstepped as the Fate's Call needs to be invested. And the train comes on through. The block from Peter. I don't even know whether he needed to do that. It was the clone anyway. They take down Doran. The train is going to set up the onto everyone as KT look to put T1 in the ground. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit of work there, though. And once again, the trade is not actually that bad here for T1, as the 2 damage dealers still left alive.
Look at this, right? Both Guma and Faker don't actually get threatened. Peter hits them, but there's no follow-up, and it looks like I spoke too soon. KT did, because of the man advantage they had, maintain tempo with the Hex Gates. Getting Cuz there was only a matter of seconds. And now Arakan going the way of KT.
Yep, that's a big one. A bunch of extra experience as well. BDD is level 16, ladies and gentlemen. That's Rod of Ages and Arakan, and that means he has a 2-level advantage over Faker. He can be realm warping as often as he would like in this game, but it's only spelled a 1,000 gold lead.
They want to fight for this. BDD does have TP, so I would be shocked if they don't. And there it is, giving the upgrade. I'm pretty sure over the Dockdown, there's it. But they're too late on the Dragon.
Yeah, Blade of the Moon King does come in, but yeah, This dragon should be taken because of cycloning. Never mind, it's going to be a 50-50. Let's see who's going to be able to take it down. It's Ona that locks it up as Doran will sacrifice himself because so exceptionally low. And somehow the Scion is still alive. PDD right in amongst it. He is going to have to be the one-man army though as T1 are running them over. And PDD cannot do it alone. KT just kind of throw it away in the river.
The owner insect breaking up the entire fight, and KT tried to do too much. We had Cuz trying to look for the steal, a fight happening on the other end, and it broke up that core. So should be giving over an upgrade soon. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, looking for an angle. There's the Pop Blossom. Collects onto one as Faker goes gold, and the knockup is avoided there as well as Ona is going to be the target. They take him down, and now they're looking for a bit of a reset. Warrior Trickster there to try and get Cuz out of the way. Another fantastic shape splitter as PDD is interrupted. The Baron helps out as the Rocket takes down the Scion. Wait, it takes down the Rise, but the Scion is also going to be dead. A trade for the Baron. But I don't think they're quite here in time, and you can see, yeah, Peter is just in position. Okay, this would be absurd, but it's just going to be Cuz because he has Smite. He's able to take that one out.
If that was a Cho'Gath, that would have been way more tense.
Yeah.
The damage he's been doing in these fights, same with Guma. If they don't get targeted, is huge. That's
okay, Doctor. He's
Carrier's
thrown
dead.
so many sticks in here, and yeah, Carrier's going to break his stopwatch, but that only buys a couple of seconds, and he was just caught napping. Yeah, that should just be. As they do see it, Owner is going to be over here, but you can see the Goon Squad to stop him from coming in, and my God, that Baron did not last very long. And level 16 for Perfect as well, so everyone is going to be able to have that cool stuff. Even we've got a like a pumped up rocket belt here for Peter already completed. It's only PDD that's missing his because I think he would like to get a very cool hat.
Mina, Rebel Baron Powerblade that's left isn't going to lead that cleanly into the Drake.
This
now,
turret does take a lot of damage from PDD.
But it's just, if it's just like the mid turrets and the inner, I think you take that.
Yeah. Well, Q not going to quite find Peter here as okay. They've managed to lock down the On. Perfect gets himself out of there though. Health bar now in tatters, but still so much control of this area. Remember, choke points. Wukong loves it. The On loves it. And the Nico especially likes it. They don't like this though, as a Cocoon does go down. Cuz getting on into the pit here, and it's just gone. That's going to be Hextech. Soul as the Ram comes in. Triple knock-up. As now they're just going to be backing away. Faker in a decent position as Ona going forward. Tries to find it once again, but he gets knocked up. The Cyclone onto everyone. The Pop Blossom as well. His gorgeous follow-up. As a flash out from BDD. He's trying to keep himself alive. His Doctom is now untouched. Hopping around the fight, Gumayushi not going to get rendered down this time. However, KT have found the angle and Guma doesn't have the option. The train leader will be taken down, but KT, they have 4 left, and they're looking to knock down the Nexus here in game number 1.
That was almost 10k damage from both AD carries, Atlas!
That was insane, and I thought when Gumayushi was left alive with just a sliver, maybe there'd be a chance, but unfortunately, the rest of T1 just got wiped out.
And KT on red side.
Oh, Doctor.
The 5v5 comp.
He is feeling himself here today, and that should be a scary sign for T1 fans as KT stay undefeated. And there it is.
J4 is just so damn good. The 2v2 is also very good, very strong. And it's, as you said, the combination. Jarvan Rumble, that one goes way back. Yep.
I don't think much compares to IG.
No, you have, like, I think you have individual champions on some other ones.
Oh, that's true. Some of the TPA skins are pretty good.
Because top lane is just getting hammered. Owner's here with Volt! The counter dive is ready!
Yep, the Paranoia set up, and KT, they don't even know that he's here just yet. There's the Paranoia going down. They catch them underneath the turret as Doran. So low, but he keeps himself alive. And Doctom going to be taken out. The flash is immediate after Cuz as Ona gets on over there. The headbutt to try and save the Jarvan. They might be able to do that, but it is still a lost play for KT unless BDD can make something happen. And he almost does here as there's the flash forward. The flash away from Faker, and he keeps himself up.
Goes in.
Can he look for it? Can he actually find the 1v1? Is now BDD. He needed to avoid that one, the last auto, and BDD makes it happen.
Grubs are being taken here. We might have another team fights on our hands. Peter has his ultimate, so does Owner.
Yep, first two already taken. Paranoia comes on through here as the Cow trying to defend the rest of his team. The Pulverize is good. The Paranoia does nothing. Owner's just going to be taken out. Another kill for VDD. A cataclysmic engage from Cuz as Faker has got into the Shroud. Carrier looking to get out of there with that added mobility. And that is almost Faker taken down.
The arrow.
Piercing arrow. And it's Carrier that's the target, and Dom doesn't quite find it.
Oh.
Yeah, Peter getting into position, and they decide that they're going to pull the trigger. The flash still available here as the exhaust. It goes down. The charm is decent, and Kumiyushi going to be able to lock down the kill. Waiting Faker from taking plates.
Kind of depends on what the soul is going to be, whether KT feels good about that or not, because that is more gold going into their coffers.
It's a mountain.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah,
obviously still ahead, but it's better than Cloud. I know you love Cloud, but
no, I can see it.
Into Jhin Akali, even into Nocturne, I think you get a ton of value out of that. It's perfect. Might be in trouble here. Carry on the way.
Let's see what he can do here. No flash available as he'll just get knocked up and will get taken down. No scrap shield. Well, actually did have it, but it's just not going to be able to do enough there. Snip, snip goes Doran. Cuz gets here a little bit late. Oh no, she's going to be such a problem for KT. Piercing arrow coming down is now Doran looking to start off the fight. The exhaust comes through, but Doran not really getting too much done. Is now so deep his owner, but he takes down the Varus and flashes away. There's that cataclysm we were talking about, but they've lost so much of the damage. There it is from Faker, finds the ulti, but doesn't go in on the backflip towards Cuz.
Finds him first, Owner knocks it down. Now, KT will be able to answer towards the bot side of the map, but more gold going into the pockets of T1. Herald also possibly giving them the opportunity to set up for a mid lane turret take.
Yeah.
That's good, but it's still, I'd argue, a relatively even trade, right? Like, yes, it was nice.
I mean, it's feats of strength going over to KT with that first turret.
KT could have TP'd perfect in to get to, unless you fully commit. These fights are not going to look good. Both perfect, and Dokdam are pretty far behind, and we need to see this actual combo of the equalizer and the power and team fight that has to be used.
They're going in. They're going to find the angle once again. As Dokdam not allowed to play the game. As once more, Carrier goes forward, finds the weakness one more time. The equalizer this time is going to come in. The Pulverize on top as they take down Doran. But it's a 2-for-1. KT still fighting uphill, and there is a stun on a BDD. Locking him down. He gets under the turret. That is still a man advantage here for T1, and a Dragon free for the taking.
And the heroics from Peter means that the fight isn't a blow, but T1 still so happy with that. Dokdam again focused down immediately. So much backline access there, but this one also kind of felt like he was just out of position. If it's just Owner getting on top of you, not all you can do is a possible retake angle. I'm kind of wondering whether they want to go for this, but feels like, yeah, it's already too late. They seem to realize as well, so maybe just looking for the shove and a bait with Peter.
And they've been playing around Doran. He's been able to get the work done. And even though he got taken down in the last fight, he got so much value for it. Yeah, this is not the value for KT, although a lot of movement speed, even though he's pretty scared, still not going to be enough to save the Rumble. Goes to 0-4.
Defining moment for, is he able? Because right now, this game, you just got to be an equalizer button, accept it. Can he bounce back in the next game? Because at this point, there's nothing you can do. Like, Gwen's fed, Nocturne's fed. You will just get chain dove unless you fully sack the wave. It might have been the better call, but the 1-for-1 that much yet. But now's as good a time as any.
Yeah, the Akali Gwen are going to win inside lanes against anyone that KT has. There it is. There's that conversation that we were going to have about that one as, what? Side of the map, Cuz looking to come over. He's got BDD in tow. Oh, God. Okay, well, let's see whether Cuz can get in there. Of course, it's a job, and he can travel a lot of distance. As Doran going on over, they do manage to take it down. Cuz goes in maybe a little bit too late, and the Deadly Flourish comes on through, but Carrier is already dead. Cuz getting taken down lower and lower as they get in, but Dokdam still goes down. Doran in trouble. He will be taken out, but not before he gets his stake. And now Owner coming on in. BDD not able to get out of the way, and that is another one. Kumiyushi cleans up, and T1 just watching KT circling this drain. Vision going down into this brush. Multiple wards coming on in, but the control ward's certainly working out here for KT.
So much
BDD
damage.
misses the charm. And just watch for the Deadly Flourish. Doran dashing forward, finds that snip, and there are the curtains. Kumiyushi just making sure that they are unable to get anywhere near this, but that is going to be the pickoff onto Carrier. The auto is in the air, and BDD is able to lock it down. Now he gets another charge. Gumayusi taking a bit of damage. The Nocturne is the one that secures this dragon for T1 though. And now T1 look for the re-engage. The hail of arrows is from the grave as the Nocturne, the Jhin, the damage is coming through, and Faker with the perfect execution going to help lock down this Jarvan, cause nothing he can do. And T1, they are just going from strength to strength.
There's only two ways this comp looks, and for T1, this is the one they were aiming for. Once you're fed enough, you can just go in on every single one of these plays. Yeah, it'll go down very, very quickly. Now, T1 also starting to get these Drakes. And Mountain Drake, when you're ahead, I think just feels amazing as Doran.
Okay,
They're trying to collapse.
Yeah, getting that flank angle as Doran almost kills Perfect before anything happens, as BDD continues to be the only one with kills on his team. The trade for the Baron looking to come in as Dom. Unfortunately, he was on vision of the enemy team. The Shuriken backflip comes through, and Faker is going to be able to lock that one down as KT. Looking to try and answer still. Peter is in position now, but another deadly flourish can hold the cow in position.
They got to try and find a fight.
Yeah.
Now that Doran is dead.
Oh, this is, it could be a good angle, though, as he goes into the mist. Peter does have an unbreakable will. And now they're looking to try and turn this one. The spell shield just doesn't quite work there from Owner as he gets over the wall. He's inside the Cataclysm. The Pulverize, no, it's the grand entrance from Carrier that locks him down. There's the Pulverize, but it's too late, and it does not do anything. BDD, though, he's got a really cool hat, and he's got some resets. Gumayusi is Captain Jack, though. He cleanses it, and he's able to get the triple kill here for T1. They're looking for a Baron, and I don't think KT are coming back in this one.
And despite BDD's heroics, not going to be enough. T1 are bringing us to a certain 1-in-1 here. Wow, KDA is ruined already. Might as well try, right? Look for the Guma, because there's no jungler.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
There was only a 4th shot on Jhin, which ends up being enough, but... And then here, look how long it takes to actually kill him. It's kind of insane as a...
In the meantime, we've got another engage here from Ona, who oh my god, okay, Gumayusi, those bullets are doing a little bit too much, as they know exactly where KT's bread's buttered. It's BDD, and he is just going to get obliterated. 0-6 on the Jhin, as T1 are pushing up this bottom lane. And it is all over but the Cryon, and the Cryon is about to ensue as this Nexus is very close to dead, and we're going to have a best of 3 for all the marbles on this road to MSI here in Busan. Has Perfect able to dash cannon his way out of the deadly flourish, but I just don't think that that's going to be enough to save anything.
Kind of insane.
Yeah, with only 2 deaths to his name at the same time.
Right, like we're going really ham on our solo laners, and really anything else is... guys,
okay, yeah, but Pulverize, they're going to see whether they can kill the Nocturne, who just turns the lights out. The quickness getting so much value, and KT, they haven't been able to take down Ona. He's still alive, as BDD just goes golden to watch him regen his health bar. Yeah, that's called Ona catching the kitchen sink and throwing it back at KT, and KT falling over. Doran, he might die, but I mean, right now KT are doing about as much work as the Krugs this game, and he doesn't even fall down. That's going to be it, guys. T1 gonna even out this series here in game number 2, and this is the T1 everyone wanted to see here in this road to MSI at Busan. A best of 3 now for all the marbles.
And that's a KT scoreboard if I've ever seen one. BDD on 9-4, everyone else, the KDA not looking so hot. Top tier pick right now. I don't think the Renekton is really inspiring. I'm looking at Talia, who to me is the premier mid laner right now. That is in a winning matchup, even though she got counterpicked.
He was winning, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. When he was losing, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. He's got another engage as level 2s have been hit across the board. Doctom still trying to fight here as Carrier with the meep slap trying to get the work done, as now Peter possibly overextended the flash forward. The flash in response from Peter. Oh! And first blood for Doctom. It will be a 1-for-1 as Gumayushi's able to lock that one down, and he does have the advantage in health, but still, that was a sick play. Pretty nice. As Faker just going to help out. And Doran is going to be here alongside as well. So a little bit of a reset for Gumayusi and Carrier. Just took a wave and are just going to head back again as the dragon is going to be taken. So there it is. Perfect gonna have to be a little careful knowing that there are a few people on this bottom side as the
TP.
teleport comes in.
Let's carry up.
Yep, slice and dice. And Ona has come on over with that boulder in hand. As Perfect, he's running the wrong way. He is definitely dead. It's just how much more work can he get done as he gets slammed into the wall, and it's even Gumayushi that's able to help pick up this kill. Couldn't have been worse here for the KT top laner.
Guma further accelerated.
Yeah,
and
level
all of these
5.
things.
Ooh. Doctom is level 6, never mind. As okay, Ona coming in, driving forward. The Arcane Shift is fantastic. That's a decent True Shot barrage as well, but now Peter is looking worse for wear. Winter's Wrath not going to quite get too much done as here is Faker! But he gets stunned up immediately! That was fantastically played, and they take down the Azir. They have to trade Peter for it, but man, that could have been so much worse for KT. Cuz read it like a book as Doran, with that Dominus now proc, Doctom playing out of his mind, but he will get cosmically bound.
Oh.
And the magical journey will get T1 to safety. That play picks up an immediate Merc Shreds.
Yeah, Cuz did kind of dunk in them there. That was, that could have been a game-losing situation. Peter gets taken low, but Leona very tanky, able to flash out as, Doran.
Oh dear. Yeah, Seismic Shove gonna throw the Renekton around here.
Cuz
As
is
Peter
there, he's dead.
should be able to hold him in position. And yep, they want to get the kill over to BDD. They do so successfully. And KT well and truly back on the horse.
And these are big moments, Atlas, because it felt like
I'm okay
KT
with being Ackles, it's fine.
think we're really on that track right now, and T1's comp can still team fight. Skarner comps, you're never really going to count them out as
Whoa!
well.
There's a flash in. It's a decent buffer as the Tempered Fate goes down. Ona looks for the crash onto Peter, and it doesn't get the stun. As the Exhaust doing so much work onto Cuz, but the both junglers getting taken down so low. Gumayushi having to go so far forward. As they do both fall and the wall goes down. The flashes, they come in, and the Seismic Shove just barely missing onto Carrier, and Faker decides, nah man, I ain't going in on that one. That was a very cute fake out, as my goodness, that could have been a disaster. Seismic Shove this time, he's going to connect, and Peter is there to follow up BDD with a big old rock. Right on top of the pigeon, and he goes down.
Just in the action, Atlas.
Let's do it again, baby. As the Ocean Drake down to 50%, Cuz in position. This is likely to be another 50-50, unless it's not. Owner is holding them in position. Well, not a whole lot happens. He does manage to lock down the dragon, and they kill BDD. True Shot Barrage doing so much work, though, as it's a Cloud Soul. That's really cool. Still, it's Doctom with the kill. Cuz still wanting to find more. Has T1 in an awkward spot on the map. Cuz able to create the distance. A 3 versus 3 as the flash forward comes in from Doran. And out goes Perfect. He has to flash, though, and Doran decides, all right, I guess I'll just kill your turret.
Big win for Doran. And T1, get the dragon. That's the big thing. Cloud Soul.
Oh, dear. Doran is underneath the turret. He just gets obliterated. Yeah, Perfect. Not a whole lot he can do about that one.
I think sorry, Owner. We
are going in once again. Owner is in a lot of trouble. Sorry, Owner continues here as he will go down. Good little pick there for KT. Not a whole lot to get on the map right now.
Sometimes I'm worried, that you kind of start to lose yourself in the series.
Yeah.
And then you see the players are like, it's not just casters. It happens to players as well. Because a lot of unforced errors now coming through both sides, really. Guma will be able to pick up the first blood on the turret here. I don't think a punish is imminent.
It just is. The telecom war will dictate itself.
It exists.
All right, Seismic Shove going to collect. Carrier here momentarily. The Impale only onto Cuz, and he's okay with that as Faker goes in, but he doesn't find the angle for the Emperor to survive because he doesn't have it yet. Seismic Shove connects, and Faker and Ona both go down. Doctom doing so much damage as Doran is killing Perfect again in this bottom lane. Yeah, the Crocodile is going to become a huge problem, but KT do win a team fight. We can celebrate both, I guess, individually.
Faker, what was that? How are we in the game?
Oh no, that was such the juxtaposition.
I had to.
Oh man, Chronic Claw.
Deep flanking Doran, or is it Doran dying? We don't know.
We're not sure, but he's near a Krug camp, and we know that has been a problematic position for him. However, Owner is over here. Can they actually get in and save their Crocodiles? The Solar Flare comes through. Oh, the ulti goes to Narnia from Cuz, and there's the Impale. still. He finds the backline, he finds BDD, Dom turns up, but he's way too late, and the 10-foot fade will catch him. He does flash himself out of the way, and Dom, at least for now, is going to be able to stand his ground, and in fact, he's doing a lot of damage back. But they've lost their mid laner, they've lost their support, and T1 fighting back so well.
Performance, baby!
It absolutely is, and this is what happens. It's on the eve of the final match in the...
Getting taken, and an owner, I'm sorry about the joke, owner, I didn't mean it. I was joking about the hard steel stacks. Finds the flash and the ult.
The tempered fade as well from Peria. Waits for the opportune moment. This is really going to be cutting through them.
I'm joking.
Yeah. All right, I was looking for a bit of an angle here as the seismic shove does pull him back. That is a lot of damage to Tempered Fate. Holds him in position though. It kind of nullifies the Impale at the same time, and there's a kill for the Yarg. The Emperor's Divide connects onto 3, but Faker is still taking so much damage, and Dom is untouched. True Shot Barrage not quite doing enough, and Doran gets on top of the Ezreal. No flash left. He's Cullen, the Meek, and that is exactly what KT are in the eyes of this Crocodile. T1 crushed the fight off the back of Doran, and he's underneath the turret yet again. Kumiushi possibly in a little bit of trouble as the turret, he's tanking it, so he's just dead. Now Doran having to run away, and Perfect is still alive. Cuz is now able to try and help him in this 1v1 as the goalie wall goes up, and the Crocodile might go down.
What are we doing?
I have no idea. I think they're all dead.
The team fighting Yorick, Atlas. That's on us.
Oh, because he was side laning. That's not what a Yorick's supposed to do. He's supposed to wait for the team fights. Oh.
Take a look. Peter sees him for so long. I guess they just get Nash, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah. I guess that's what happens.
That's a T1 Nash.
Still, T1 able to collapse.
They gotta peel off or fight a good engage. Heal is used there by Keria.
I think fighting away from this Crocodile is going to be an important thing, but Owner is going to come over and make it a 50-50. Doran taking a bit of poke damage as now Peter looking to go in the magical journey to try and bring them away as Docton doesn't find any joy with that True Shot Barrage, but he's taking so much damage here off to the side as it's Cousin locks this one down. Doran trying to get himself out of there as Doctom is moving forward. Carrier looking for an angle. And the Weaver's Wall going to lock him. Oh no, he's in a little baby cage, but he now turns BDD golden, and Owner is looking to get over the wall. They find BDD and lock him down. I don't know how that was orchestrated, but it worked out beautifully there for T1 as now Cuz walking into 4 people, but he gets towards his inner turret.
Can they leave? I'm not sure.
I don't know about this one. Yeah, Doctom doing so much damage. Every Mystic Shot is connecting because every point on the map is a T1 player for him to hit, but still, Kumiushi getting a lot of damage. And now it is just Peter that goes down. KT trying to get out of here, and they should be able to do so. This is an absolute mess, Chronicler. I figured you'd get it, you know, because you needed to take it away.
Okay, so let's break that down, because this series is very rapidly for almost everyone.
The team fighting Yorick is ready to play.
Carrier!
Yeah, seismic shove going to connect. They're looking for the chain CC onto the body. Flashes, but he's not going to get away. And that is another kill going over to Doctom.
Oh, Croc! Did they see him? He showed up!
The angle, and now Doctom having to deal with this prehistoric monster. Cuz looking for the re-engage, but he doesn't find the ulti. And it's a double for Guma. Doran now is a freight train, and T1. They launch their way forward. The Undertaker is going to have to be used for his own teammates. And Perfect, yeah, he's got a little cute goalie wall, but he's going to lose his mate, and he has no right fighting for this dragon that T1 are able to take down.
But they don't clock him. And there Doran goes, and the turn doesn't work. Peter's left alone, and Perfect is stuck on the wrong side of the wall. Not quite having the impacts. Peter goes in.
Okay, Emperor's Divide gonna throw him out. Another Glacial Prison gonna do nothing as Peter's life just goes away. That is an optimistic magical journey, but when they're this far ahead, you may as well go for it. The culling is gonna cut down Doctom, and KT, that play looked like they just wanted to head towards the next game.
And they will. No shot that KT's able to hold on here. I was about to start making jokes about Elder Flips, Atlas.
Yeah, we don't need to, because we might be talking about an Elder Flip in a final game of this series if T1 are continuing to play like this. It's looking a little bit too one-y, but still, these Nexus turrets next to go down. They're going to take down Cuz before they end this game, as there is the ace. And it's Kumiushi that locks it up 13-1-6. A renaissance for the 80 carry for T1 as this Nexus is going to go down. And match point for T1.
A very low engaged composition on the enemy team. Into a Ziggs. Like Xayah into Ziggs is just a nightmare. I think Doctum is not going to be able to play the game, and we saw what happened in game number 2. That KT or BDD really needs to do, as he has been doing, is keep this TF locked in lane. As Faker obviously can join a lot earlier. There it is.
Yeah, there's the Destiny to come on through as Peter does flash for the stand beside me, but there's a Hextech ultimatum there from Doran. He wants to lock them all in place, and now Doctum is trying to get this damage down. Faker is very low as they do kill the Braum, but it's Doctum. Do the feathers work? The answer is no. It's a double kill for Doran, continuing his onslaught here of the road to MSI. And that is going to be another kill. Feats of strength in the blink of an eye here for T1.
Flash is used. Drake lost.
Yeah.
And now the semi-global comp, off to a wonderful start.
This is the problem.
That's a kill on Ziggs. That's a kill on the biggest win condition, which I think is that Camille.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Going to be able to use that to cheat tempo. As Peter will find Carrier moving towards these grubs.
Maybe
he stacks
this time?
up the passive. Crashdown comes in. As if Doctum can get this kill, that'd be a big one. And there it is, the Blade Call to lock that one up. Good news here for KT, but I don't think it's nearly enough to leave them feeling comfortable, as at least they do get some grubs and deny them from T1.
It's a start.
Oh, cute little bouncing bomb, but that is going to be because with the smite, able to lock that one up.
Faker might be looking for it all into Perfect here. This has been a successful strategy. No.
Hextech ultimatum comes down, nowhere the Perfect can go. As the teleport does come in and Perfect looks for the ulti. Doran dashes away, and now T1 realizing that they just have to get out of there as BDD goes into the winning. He finds the combo. Faker now in a bit of trouble, and BDD on the board. That owner has picked up over his career is going to be used here on this top side. KT going to overload, and that's already happened. Exactly right. Featherstorm goes down. The answer is there as Doran flashes away. The ulti from Peter is so good though as Doctum flashes out, and Doran is going to be taken down. Public execution does nothing though, so that should be the end of this fight unless Perfect has found the angle, and Faker elects to gold card the Braum.
Yeah, but no. There's too many people. Reinforcements right there. There's the TP coming in, but they will get the turret.
Yeah, turret going to go down, so that's going to go over to KT. Is now Doran going to look to try for it once again, but Carrier goes down first. It is a kill onto the Trundle at the same time as BDD wants to single out Doran. BDD still at full health, does so much damage as Carrier going forward. He has nothing that he can do about this. And KT, they launch themselves into a gold advantage.
Not quite broken just yet.
Perhaps not. Well,
this might do it.
Maybe curses are real, Chronicler. Maybe it's time to start admitting things that are correct. Is now Perfect in a little bit of trouble. The Crashdown coming on through there. As Perfect is just going to head towards the Death Chamber.
Can he heal? Peter's almost there. Not quite in time.
Yeah, Cuz going to turn up, stand beside Braum.
Yeah, but that's not really engaged, right?
No. Engage Braum. 100%. That's what we're looking for here. Let's see what Peter can get done. As he's going to need to do something. He puts down the door, but he's just thrown back into the team. He's burning as Doran looking for that flank angle, and it looks like KT. Straight. Yeah, they're just going to give this one up.
Maybe Cuz tries to steal.
Yeah, he just throws a spear in. That's going to help.
Another. Oh, Atlas.
Yeah. And as long as I'm consistent, it's fine.
They're the objective first. This might be tough for T1. As the disengage of KT is really good.
It is. The Ambessa looking for a bit of an angle here as well as Carrier taking a fair bit of damage from BDD.
Perfect.
Yeah, the pullback is working. Perfect has a really good angle as Gumayusi has to flash immediately. And down goes the Trundle with no answer. Could be a big deal, but the Rift Herald comes down.
I do think that, so I was gonna give Perfect a little bit of a hard time, but I think he got flash from Guma. I wasn't quite sure where the perfect execution went.
No, he got flash out of Guma, and I don't even know whether he pressed the button. I'm personally proud of Doctum for not flashing. I would have just flashed out of fear.
Well, this one hits.
Yeah, this one's a dangerous one. It's okay, Faker looking for that gold card. He might be able to find it, but it's not going to save his life. It's because he even wants to get the kill, but Perfect's going to take that one away. Deal. Doran is still strong, but he's actually looking to prove that as Hextech ultimatum goes down once again. He gets a big old magic shield, but oh my god, BDD making the sickest outplay. Doran is going to survive, but so is BDD.
Guma. 1 second.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb. Where is it going to land? And it doesn't kill BDD. Oh my god.
Peter!
Almost. That was almost the kill with the Comet.
Without that look, and he dies. That's Spider-Man right there.
Oh, thank you very much, Peter, who is now moving back towards POM status in the series.
Obviously, they're going to start Otacon. So everyone else should have been, because has ult as well. So I don't know if there's an option here. But in the rotations, you need to be careful, because if you over-rotate or someone goes by themselves, with just an ult, like Faker can come in, Doran can hook shot in from 3 screens away.
Oh dear.
Carrier, is this another bait?
Let's just see as he flashes out of the way. Kamiushi now going to get ulted here by BDD, and that is so much damage. There it is, and Doctom just throws out a Q and locks up the Ziggs in a turret, immediately taken in response.
Might be Otacon. Camille's kind of a... Oh my god, Cuz.
Oh dear. Yeah, Cuz is in a lot of trouble. There's the Magnus Storm. The crash down there is fantastic. He's mitigated a fair bit, but there's a Mega Inferno Bomb. And that is actually... Oh, Faker in a bit of trouble as Doctom. He's just taking every fight that's there for him. Skyfall is going to be there, or Starfall, as it is now.
It's just gone.
It is.
Wait, Guma doesn't even have ult. No, I think this is definitely gone, but can they get out? That's the question, Atlas.
Well, there's a teleport in here from Doran. As... Oh my god, he could... Oh! Okay, Doran. All right, buddy. That is called redemption. And yeah, the KT fans, understandably, hands over their mouths. There was no smite.
But this is what KT wants, right? You want them to play into you, and oh my god, maybe they can actually just get it. Owner does a flash.
Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. That's a flash out from Peter. Is okay. They look for the angle and they find it. BDD is down already. They're going to try and burn the Baron. Oh god, this is such a disaster. And it's Carrier with a smite from his unsealed spellbook to cut down KT where they stand. And not like this, KT.
It's time for MSI.
No, just maybe not for MSI. Maybe do it for like the LCK season coming up.
I really don't want to. You know what? For the KT fans.
As the Blade Caller going to be used, KT realizing that defending this bottom inhibitor just not going to happen. As there's the engage from Doran. They lock him down as BDD this time not able to get out of the Hextech ultimatum, but Doran is still going to fall. Carrier goes in a little late this time. As maybe it's a mullet because the public execution goes in, but still, KT feeling that little bit too far behind.
TP!
Still, it's going to be a 2-for-1. The flash out there is BDD finding the angle.
They can slow play this.
Yep, he's on a control ward, but still he's biding his time. He can get over that wall as now Faker with a gold card in hand, but he should be taken out. Still the stun going to come through.
Perfect!
So incredibly low. Oh, BDD flashes forward, but Faker goes golden in the nick of time. It's a missed timing for BDD, and the gold card is going to connect. No! There's the triple kill. And we saw it. It was almost there as Doctom matters into his own hands, but he's still going to die. And it's a baseball bat of destiny here from Ona that locks down the ace, and the teleport comes in. T1, it is now a date with YTlive Esports tomorrow night to see whether that ticket is for them to go to Canada for MSI.
Peter's almost up.
All right, maybe I'm talking a little bit too soon. These grand stages and Faker just comes alive. It doesn't matter what his form is.
No!
Doctom going to get caught. The Featherstorm does get used, and in goes Perfect. He finds it, but still, Cuz is fighting Doran, and that is not one that he can win. He's down to the GA as Faker able to sit here, wait for the gold card, finishes him off. Magnus Storm under 3. Carrier, he just wants to finish KT, get his mind set on YTlive, as KT will lose Perfect and lose their run. It was almost a miracle, and T1 says no. We're the ones that make those happen. You can wait for the next round of the LCK. We're going to have our shot at MSI.
These were some of the best highlights from today's 2024 LCK Regional Qualifier matchup. Which moment was your favorite? Let me know in the comment section below. This is OP, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
I can see the power here, because sometimes you can just ult the Trundle, keep him out of subjugate range, and then kill him with the follow-up melees that you have. But I think just on paper here, KT Rolster's comp is way easier to execute.
Going to move in. Calyx, health bar, Eater, a little bit of a rough spot.
Like they're like, Lance is over here.
They're closing in, and there's the flash forward. Lance may have found the only window to get in there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The seismic shove pulls back the Rel. He's headbutted under the turret. He knows there is no way he's getting out of that one. The pulverized headbutt from Peter, beautifully done.
I mean, in round 1, KT was on an insane losing streak.
Yeah.
And then they turned it around. It was crazy.
Remember, this team only barely made it into the Legend group, and they beat YTlive Esports.
Yeah, and almost beat Gen G, by the way.
Yeah. Equalizer going to go down here as Kingen taking a few ticks
No
of it.
flash. He might just be dead here.
Oh dear, the heat is stacking up. The Flame Spitter, there it is! Solo kill for Perfect, and Peter is looking for something on the other side. BDD to catch up to him, and the flick back onto Lahens will spell the death of the Horse Pants Lady. That is going to be 3 kills for KT. The Feats of Warfare coming in. Smite now on cooldown, but I believe had another charge. That's going to be coming up pretty soon.
They're just going to let the grubs go, it looks like, here with the back timing of the Rumble.
Yep. And we had triple Chemtech Soul yesterday. Ox isn't actually here at Lore Park today, so I'm a little bit worried. It may just continue. These Void Grubs going to be the first ones to go down as Lahens looks for a bit of an angle. That's a decent pulverize to try and help him out, but doesn't get Gideon over the wall, and Gideon is just going to take down the cow. So mispositioning there from Mr. Peter, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, there were 4 members of Nongshim on the top side here.
Yeah, Cuz moving into position, and they do have Gideon coming over. Peter spots out Lahens, and now they're looking for the angle. The Magnastorm connects onto 2 as Doctorm is the target. Peter's getting rid of the rest of them, though, and it's only Lahens that was able to get on top of the AD carry. Chains of Corruption goes wide, and the unbreakable will of Peter is unfortunately going to be broken, as he does get a little bit of a headbutt off, but Juice still going to be able to take him down.
This is going to get a reaction out of Gideon. He may be baited, though.
I take it all back. Caster Curses are indeed real. As now Gideon's going to come in and look to see whether he can get at least a flash, and he does get that. Never mind the turnaround coming on in. The Equalizer is pretty beautifully placed, but Gideon throws out the Glacial Prison. BDD create the positioning. Peter with the headbutt, actually beautifully done. Separates Gideon from the rest of the 2. They say, we'll take that. Look for some plates here off the back end.
KT off of a side lane play. Sure, Peter died moments before, but the Drake wasn't up yet, so Nongshim couldn't capitalize it. Now to 2-Dragon lead here. Let's find out what Soul. Another Chemtech.
See, I knew it. I knew it.
Gideon looking for the Glacial Prison onto Peter, but unfortunately BDD does have the TP. In live, Perfect is just getting away from a bit of aggression there from Kingen, but...
And wow.
Well, is he
getting
getting
a counter solo kill as the Snip comes in? Not quite enough. As speaking of not quite enough, Calyx able to get himself out of there with a sliver of health, but Lahens, I don't think is going to be so lucky. He throws out the Magnet Storm to try and hold Peter in place, but the Unbreakable Will lasts just long enough. Nongshim just looking to take some plates here from the top side. They are Nongshim, they prefer to take bowls, but plates will have to do, even though the soup may not stick around.
Hey, sometimes I get a small little plate for my ramyun and, you know, grab the noodles out and hold the plate underneath.
If it's the noodles that you want to drain first, you know, then it's totally doable on a plate.
They're not going to win this race, though, I don't think. Even with the grubs, Trundle hitting that pretty hard. Equalizer gets dropped down here as well. They're not even going to get it. Nope. And bottom side, the turret does go over. That speeds of strength here to KT Rollster. This up is probably the correct call.
Yep, because can throw the pillar into this brush, make things frustrating, but they don't have a lot of vision. There are 5 people of Nongshim.
But see a steal.
Yeah, the rotation up is coming on through here as there's the knock up onto Cuz, and they just burst him down. No subjugation even available. As now Kingen dashing around the fight. BDD catches out Geo on the offside, and he just throws a huge rock at Lahens. Geo able to flash his way out, but BDD's flashing after him. Doctorm and Peter trying to keep themselves alive as Calyx starting to go bonkers in this Herald pit. And now Perfect has turned up. This Flame Spitter is so scary. 3 versus 2 as Nongshim look to run away. They did manage to get themselves a Rift Herald. There is a positive in this play, but the positives for KT are looking like they're better. 4-4-2.
You pick up the eye, like you said, that's the one saving grace. They're going to drop it on this turret that was basically dead anyways, and KT are looking for a play here in mid.
Peter is just constantly going for these plays. Does get rid of the Gwen, who was running towards the cow. It's going to try and go for a little bit of a siege. I don't know whether they're going to be getting it here as Kingen's going to be moving in. Peter wanting to try and peel him as best he can. The headbutt's being utilized. The trample as well is so good at buying so much time. Needlework coming on through, but there it is. Chains of Corruption with the follow-up, and down goes the Gwen. The flash headbutt as Gideon is pulled out of position, and Peter dies, but he's always trading up.
The first half of the year, as BDD hiding on this brush here, they're looking for a play, lands on the flank.
Yeah, there's Curtain Call to come through as well, and that is pinpoint onto BDD into this backline. The Seraph's Shield not going to be enough for Hens. Will trade himself for it, and now Perfect is gonna chase down this Jhin. Doctorm gonna grab a double kill by sniping him with that piercing arrow. And once again, Nongshim finding like a heroic play onto one person and then losing half of their team.
Yeah, Calix making the play, has 3 kills now on this Yone, but is going to go down.
Yeah,
opportunistic there.
Yeah, it's like the one guy in the game where like everyone else is running around with knives and he's got a flamethrower, and it's just a little bit unfair. As Ju gonna look to see whether he can defend. Dancing Grenade going to be helping out. Seismic Shove, no crash down for you, Lahens, as the Chains of Corruption comes in. Peter able to headbutt him around, and Lahens nowhere to go. Aftershock not helping even a little bit, and the Otacon is going to be coming up in 7 seconds time. I don't know whether KT are going to head straight down there.
They're going to turn this into an Otacon. Contesting this will be a challenge.
Oh, Flash just going to get BDD out of there. Yep. And so Calix shows himself on the top side of the map. That is going to mean that this Otacon does go down. Gideon tries his best, but it does not work out. And look at that. Just put a little kennel in the Tri-Brush, and you all walk away for free.
Yeah, no... No sort of trade back here, no exit kills, nothing, even with the composition that has such long-range fall-off as Gideon. I don't know about this, man.
I don't know about that one either. We get the zoom in onto Peter, who didn't get the headbutt down. That's okay, as Kingen, he's diving forward. The equalizer positioning on top of the kennel is gorgeous, but the Gwen is able to, but never mind! The piercing arrow as Dr. makes his presence known. It's a double kill for the Varus, and KT they just have every play read.
Oh, well, good luck getting even a single one of those as Duckdom, the sniper, 7 kills on this Varus, is going to take out the mid turret. Bottom turret is defended. Equalizer, maybe there's an angle, but KT aren't flubbing so far.
Yep. That equalizer was, I guess, a little bit of a flub, but I don't think Perfect needs it to kill King, and he indeed definitely does not. Him and Peter going to be easily able to take him down as the outer turret going to fall soon after. 18-6.
Maybe a bounty on the cards here?
Oh, potentially. Calix there towards that bottom side, utilizing those 3 grubs that they did manage to pick up. Feels like a distant memory here for Nongshim fans. And do you know where the cope comes from, Wolf? People at home thinking that KT are perhaps a very good team, which could be worrying for the next few games. In goes Peter. Seismic Shove going to pull back Gideon. They are just, it's a hive mind for KT here as they set up the CC and take down the jungler. Now BDD looking to get rid of Kingen as well, and yeah, he is not getting out of that. Toasted and taken down. It's BDD with a double kill. They're going to look for an inner turret off the back end of it, and KT could take anything that they like. There is a soul on the table for this team if they would like it.
Cuz didn't even ult Gideon. He's like, well, he's caught, man. It's done. It's over. I don't even need to take his resistances away. I'll save it for something else. And how much siege they've been able to get done. They are going to be able to take this fourth, Chemtech Dragon here, the soul in this game.
They do manage to take the soul. That is Chemtech soul for Cuz. And so this Trundle will not be killed. I don't think, again, in this game, as Lahens will. He is looking to go down right about now. BDD at melee range with everyone, but he's so far ahead it does not matter. That's perfect down there coming from the enemy base. And so that is going to spell a Baron for KT, and I don't think that there's going to be any answer.
Really interesting. You mentioned it, and I think it was a really good call out. This almost could have been blind pick for these two teams, right? In terms of what they love to play, what they've been playing leading up to this game.
It definitely looked blind pick for Nongshim.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, they ended up getting completely countered and destroyed by KT in this draft. What's more concerning for the implications of what happens later in this series as well. KT with such a start.
Yeah, I would agree. A 1-0, especially with a win on red side, it is such a big deal.
Lee's really good at her, perfect playing his best champion. Rumble took away from Kingen. Kingen went for the Gwen or anything like that. No. It's just anyone would have won. It could have been me, Atlas.
It's not going to be Lahens. Lahens just walked over 1 million wards and is now probably in trouble. Cuz is just walking away from everyone. He's down to 50% health, though. Might need to subjugate that one back. As the wall goes down, the shove connects onto Gideon, and he is just eliminated. Equalizer to stop anyone from escaping. Kingen gonna go down. There is the heroic play from Calix into the back line. It looked really cute. It looked really cool. But ultimately, he dies, and this is gonna be the ace for KT. Perfect might be dying for the first time, but never mind. There's a pillar. There's a pulverize. There is a cow in pajamas. And KT are looking for game 1.
That is the end of that, Atlas. 12,000 goal lead at the end. A sub-28-minute game here, faster than average, and KT making it look easy. They're 4th in a row here in road to MSI. I'm worried, though, about picking Tom Kench into Caitlyn Morgana. Like, it's great for the team fights, but in the lane, it is just not going to do anything for you.
It is one heck of an ability. That's going to deny it. Cuz moving over, wants to be able to steal away some of these grubs. That's Gideon locking down the second one. As the Crescent Guard gonna have to be flashed there as the snap trap goes down.
Nongshim is gonna get some alone time with this turret. They're looking for Duck Dom.
Yep, hookshot comes down. Hextech Ultimatum coming on in there as Peter wanting to try and keep his AD carry alive, and the sidesteps, beautiful. The barrier barely even necessary as the Cyclone gets a quad knock-up. He gets into that backline. Doc Dom is now gonna have to flash as, oh my god, he's so close to dead. They got another auto, but it wasn't enough. The Dawning Shadow to try and save the rest of his teammates, and Nongshim is solo Calyx moving over, though the death ray is so scary. And Doc Dom brings everyone into the mist. BDD going to be able to soak up. Area that he really does like, but his Caitlyn has been all right in the past.
Duck Dom doesn't have Shiv yet. Oh, Peter's looking for a gank.
Oh dear, we don't find the snare. Hookshot does come on down the exhaust, though. Peter wanting to commit to this one as he gets the gobble and takes another turret shot. Don't know about that one, but still going to find a tongue lash, and the knock-up not quite going to work out. Kingen still looking for it, but does not get it. Peter stays alive, and that is first blood going over to Doc Dom.
Still holds. They see him, they ping him as he walks over this ward. And honestly, even Gideon being here is a little bit greedy.
Well, Gideon is going to find BDD, just trying to stop him from heading towards that top side, but oh my god, really? The Scion going to be very happy about that. I think now the team should really be drafting towards Chemtech Soul, because that seems to be what's happening every time. Like, Ox, dude, are you even here? Are you in the chat?
I mean, Senda's got some healing.
Ooh. Frustrating. Dark Binding connecting as Cuz standing on top of a ward right now.
Okay, Duck Dom also seen on the ward. They know he's coming up here. Let's see what Nongshim decide to do.
Oh, BDD still in that brush, finds the Rune Prison. And yeah, the Black Shield not really going to last when there is BDD in the area. Cuz gets the knock-up, Calyx goes down.
The root!
Oh, the root is so incredibly good as Gideon is cycloning his way out as the Realm Warp going to be deterred just a little bit with that great Dark Binding from Lehens trying to buy some space. But here comes the train. That's half of Jiu's health bar from a tank. What the heck? He's going to have to flash as Perfect was tanking the turret for about 600 years. Peter coming on over to try and save his Scion. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Jiu going to get knocked up into the sky. Well, not knocked up, just cut down. As the Black Shield not going to save him from that damage.
Is just doing Dragon BD drops to push the wave into a turret. Nongshim going to drop that one. And suddenly this game here at 15.5 minutes feels like we're already watching late game Senna Scion. And
yeah.
we're not quite through the mid game just yet. And that's a bit of a worrying sign here for how this game is going to play out. But the fact that KT can just kite it out, heal it up, and still end up winning out on that exchange is pretty insane.
Wait. Oh, okay, yeah. So here is the confirmation. This is what I was talking about before. Thank you very much, G-Sun. As we had the transition, you can see he was paying attention to the board game. Arx is a great game, right? It's really nice. We are going to be having a bit of focus on the game here as Jiu in a little bit of trouble. Hens comes in with the flash heal to keep him alive. But Cuz still in the area.
Okay, hold up. Cuz?
Yeah, looking for an angle. Realm Warp to come down here as the BDD Peter special delivery gets him right on top of them. Doc Dom to take down Lehens. Jiu's health bar is non-existent, and Kingen, he has hookshot. That's one heck of an ability, but BDD locks it down. The Dawning Shadow blind takes down the Caitlyn, and the train's like, where are my customers? No one's ready to take a ride. They're on the death chamber.
They already died. KT, this is insane. The leads we are seeing, the early game we are seeing, I think a little bit of a flub from Nongshim in some elements of this game, but KT are just on form right now. They're going to get the soul point of the Chemtech Soul, because as I was going to mention, Chronicler's just, I guess he's the one who wants Chemtech Soul. We figured it out.
Yeah, he loves Chemtech Soul,
he baited Ox into a card game. Ox wasn't even paying attention to the game. It was clearly on screen behind him when that soul came through. So,
oh god,
because they didn't get the whole 3. Although I guess 2 out of 3 on the new patch.
I mean, technically, it is kind of...
It is an objective. Never mind. It's not. Not a perfect game.
I don't really like it. Anyway, Perfect is moving in. Soul Furnace explodes with so much damage. Lehens in so much trouble here. As Doc Dom, he finds it with that last auto, then flashes on top of Jiu. Doc Dom is out of control today as he's flashing forward, going for these big plays. Kingen looking to try and deny that theoretical pseudo-perfect game. And it's the Scion that's going to look to stop it. Otacon on the menu here for KT, and there it is. Kingen is just going to ruin the debate forever, as taking a turret is definitely going to take the perfect game away.
I mean, they're losing this Otacon, though. At least he got some bounty gold for his team, I suppose, as Gideon is trying to catch this mid-wave as a jungler, as the enemy team is doing Otacon. If that doesn't show you the game state, I don't know what will. Fans at home, I think a lot of people probably looking at that 5,000 gold lead, and they think that's the real story, but it's a center comp with a Scion that's 1,400 gold ahead. ahead.
They divvied up too many stats towards Peter.
I-
Too powerful now.
I thought after watching yesterday's series that there wasn't going to be another best of 5 that could be anywhere close to as one-sided, but KT said,
Oh, Gio
hold my
is-
keyboard.
Yeah, they did. Not that Peter even needs a keyboard. I was listening yesterday, and apparently he just clicks everything, and it's all just fine. As that's 2 turrets going down on the top side of the map. KT kind of milling about in the meantime here towards the bottom lane as they do get the crash in.
Flank here as well from Calix.
Oh, we were perhaps getting too enthusiastic, as never mind, Perfect's on a pretty good angle here, but so is King and Calix alongside him. But can they get to the rest of the team before they're all dead? Gideon moving over, Lehens is out of the fight already, and Gio is going absolutely nowhere. Gideon's flashed in. Kingen gonna get knocked away momentarily, but the Devour keeps Doctom alive. The teleport in, Cuz trying to escape. As the Hextech ultimatum's down onto him, as Kingen trying to get out. He will do so, and BDD is looking to try and kill Calix and then kill Kingen immediately afterwards. And look, he's succeeded.
I mean, KT, even when it looks like maybe they've been caught, maybe they've overextended. I mean, they were getting a ton of value in their pushes. 2 turrets went down, tons of bounty gold. The teleport flank is a bust, and I think this game may just be at the beginning of its end.
Oh dear. There is the dodge from Doctom, and yeah, once he's shot him once, he is just dead.
I mean, he's practically gotten 20 stacks in the last 3 minutes here, and that's the inhibitor to go over to KT as they get yet another Chemtech Soul.
Okay.
So is there a correlation between Chemtech Souls and KT winning? Because so far it's been 100% accurate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Doctom was just like, yep. Not feeling too
Lehens
enthused
is
as
dead.
Lehens. Yeah, he is. He's trying to walk his way out. They do have the gravity well, and the Dark Binding is decent, but oh god, there's too many KT members. We haven't seen KT obliterate someone like this in at least 20 hours.
Yeah. Perfect is probably fine.
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's never going to die. BDD might. Never mind. He's got Doctom. He's a healer. And Lehens is really dead. Calix is going to have to meet Cuz here as well, who charged up the knockup. And there it is.
Just in there suffering, KT. I can't watch any more of this.
Yeah, this is so
This is actually painful.
It's 9,000 gold the lead at 26 minutes. They won the game at 28 minutes in game number 1. As Peter dives his way out of there, Kingen going to try and take him down. They're going to look to ignore the Scion, which might be a good strategy. They'll turn, though, as Gio able to pump some shots into him. The ultimate just back up now, and Perfect went into them. He's absolutely insane, charging up the cube, but Gio's able to kite this one out. This is taking way too long, guys. It's kind of absurd, as he eats a cupcake and now looks for more. What are we doing, KT? What was that? They're winning the game.
Perfect. Oh, the trap.
Oh, the trap, but he had Soul Furnace anyway. He wasn't going to die, but KT is still going to win this game. It is match point now.
I feel like KT's comp has a very clear theme. And Nongshim's comp kind of feels like, especially with the Kennen and Annie, feels like they got what was left over that they feel pretty confident in these matchups with.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we're already fighting. Lehens goes up, goes down, and then goes down truly. And there's first blood going over to BDD. We needed the mental reset. We're going to need another one. All right, there is the knock-up onto Jiwoo. Season, we've seen both of these, the different variants.
He is going to get dove here. It looks like Gideon's got the full stacks for that extra stun.
Yep, only level 3 here for Perfect as well. As BDD is solo killed underneath his turret. That's kind of insane. The flash forward from Perfect. He's trying to go for it here, and he finds the 2v1. It is still going to be followed up, but that is a brilliant outcome here for the KT top laner after it all went wrong in mid.
Yeah, mid lane, kind of a disaster there for BDD. Top lane, Nongshim are just going to lose this one for free.
Yeah,
no contest. I mean, they're kind of in the area, but does not have enough oomph to stop this one.
Well, Perfect is going for a wraparound here, and they turn the lights off. They're going for the cannon, the flash forward to guarantee the fear as in comes Gideon, but Perfect is just playing defense while Kingen is getting taken down lower and lower. Still, he does manage to make it out, and there's no flash on Perfect. He doesn't have the dice, didn't get that one activated, and the cocoon placement is so good. Lehens able to help take him down.
BD gets a plate in mid lane, but I think Nongshim are very happy with the kill. They grabbed over. The fear goes through here. The problem is Pantheon can be here at a moment's notice because he hits level 6 off of, I believe, the red buff just moments before. If he doesn't have ult and the timing of this is just a little bit faster, I believe this works incredibly well for KT. They still got the dragon, but they bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. Great response there from Gideon and Nongshim. Kingen played it well. on top of it all, but really cool play there to see them collapse using the Renekton game.
Instead of just Stompsville that we've been living in for the last couple of them.
And I want to see what happens when KT doesn't have a lead. How do they respond?
Yep, Sly's going to come on through there as he at least has his Merc Treads done. Now with the Dominus and the teleport coming in, perfect. Looking to stand his ground. Will get stunned up as the flash forward to try and lock down Lahens, and he just explodes.
Reset.
Yeah, now BDD with that reset angle, but not going to be able to get in there. And look, Cuz actually holds the paranoia. Doesn't dive on top of the cannon. We'll just let him get underneath the turret. So
Lahens is also just lurking to look to cocoon him. And you know what? Kingen has flash and ult. And Perfect may die, even though BDD is waiting.
Yep. Lahens does find that cocoon as there is the Dominus.
Oh
Keep
my
Perfect
God.
alive. And oh, it was all a bait. And look at all of the health with that Culver Meek. That was kind of massive. But Gideon comes down. BDD now running for the hills as Cuz finally gets in. Didn't actually press the button. I think he was out of range to actually join the fight. So KT not really finding the angle there outside of getting the 1-for-1 and killing the more valuable top laner.
Chemtech Soul in a row that we will have here in our road to MSI. But
oh, the flash! BDD, he did kind of connect the charm. That
Oh, it's
kind of
Ocean!
weird. And okay.
From getting anywhere near it. So much farm is being lost. As Renekton falling further and further behind. Perfect trying for something.
Yeah, looking to dive on top here as he's going lower and lower. The cocoon going to go wide this time as BDD getting a lot of value out of that true damage. They just want to get towards the turret. Oh, the blade caller comes through. Top-down! He gets the 1v1 against Jude. That was sick. Flashes everywhere. And the Spiderling's going to tank up the charm. Another paranoia comes in as Peter gets the quickness and he stays alive. Cuz gets into the back line and now he's looking to rend them down. Calix comes in. He's got a bear in tow and he's looking scary. But oh, the instant interrupt. That crocodile was ready to go ballistic, but they had the slicing maelstrom, and Nongshim this time have some answers.
I mean, it's always one step forward, but 2 steps back here. The fact that KT's getting these steps though is huge.
Oh my God, okay, BDD. BDD, what the hell? This game needs to calm down.
And live.
Oh, and we've got more fighting as KT in a great position here. 2 just explode, and the charm is going to connect. BDD is now looking to get these resets and get out. Oh, the Orb of Deception he prepared earlier is gorgeously placed. True Shot Barrage is going to soften them up, and BDD has another charge available. Gio needs to be careful as Peter looking for an angle. Tanks up the turret momentarily. They're going to take this one down, and BDD is going to look for the charm. Was actually expecting Gio to try and escape, and instead, Gio just kills him. And now Perfect is trying to slice his way out of the way of the bear.
He won't have the same side pressure he had into the Renekton as Gideon's coming up for a play, but KT are matching.
Yeah, they're going to get here, and the Paranoia is going to start this one off. The Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but he's tanking the turret, and he just gets wiped out. Gideon puts up the shield as Calix, he can't get in, and they've singled out the jungler. BDD gets it. Another reset to come in here as he dives after Lahens. Those pesky Spiderlings.
They make the play topside there, where they have their strong point, where they have the cannon, but KT were ready for them. It feels like they've just read Nongshim like a book in all these scenarios across all 3 games. And yes, the Renekton is practically worthless in this game, but he's now starting to get farmed.
You know, it's like you got a tattoo and unfortunately...
It was a henna!
It was a fake tattoo.
It was a henna, and henna's not even playing in the LCK anymore.
Yeah. Outside of Peter, who is the best vibes. BDD now potentially in trouble as Spirit Rush. One heck of a button. And he presses that, and now he's going to look to try and turn it here onto Gideon. Takes a bit of true damage there from the Orb of Deception as well. As Dr. Arm looking to chase after them.
Cuz just ults on Dragon to make it so they can't actually follow up on BDD. Yeah. So after that, Perfect gets the turret bottom side. Lahens, are you hiding for them, or are they hiding for you?
Oh dear, well, the Spider's going to go up and then comes down again. And now the Paranoia comes out yet again. Gideon trying to find a target here, but they've already lost one. And look at these health bars melt. Cuz looking to try and get out of there. Gideon's baited forward because he just wants anything, and he will be denied. Perfect will get taken down as Gio able to find yet another missing shot. What was that Arcane Shift? That was insanity. The charm hits, and he is cut down where he stands. The ace comes in as Dr. locks up a triple. He's 5-0-4, undying in this game as this Xayah, and they'll take an Otacon, and then whatever the heck else they...
I guess the summer of KT came a little bit early this season, Atlas, because we don't have summer season anymore, but we're still at the halfway point. We haven't started rounds 3 yet. They made it to the Legend group, but this team is on fire. I thought for sure with the leads that Nongshim had early, I thought for sure with Perfect's deficit, that at worst case scenario, if KT had the miracle comeback, at least it wasn't going to be a one-sided game. But in fact, it looks like we might just have 3 one-sided 3-0. You could feel it in Nongshim's play.
All right, Calyx gonna be rotating over, and BDD comes in. The paranoia goes down as well as he gets over the wall, does BDD. And Strybreaker's in for Cuz. They'll find the charm onto everyone because Peter's able to lock them all down. He won't be able to escape this time, and Giu does create some distance. Featherstorm used mainly defensively, but Perfect gets in there. Calyx goes down. Giu now trying to kite as best he can, and Kingen not going to be doing anything here. Lehens finally shows up, gets a cocoon onto BDD, who gets over and looks for Giu. Giu gets the shutdown, and now Perfect is just going to cut him down. And so it was almost a bit of an angle for Nongshim, but then they find everyone dead.
How can you beat this team when they play this well? Like, they're playing perfectly.
Yep. Speaking of Perfect, he's going to dive in on top of Gideon, and I don't think Gideon's going to be going anywhere. Finally, the Nocturne shows up as Giu puts the Arcane Shift on cooldown. He does get feared, Cuz taking some damage, but he just walks his way out. The footwork here from Giu is actually working, but unfortunately he does not have a team anywhere else on the map. And now they're going to close in on him. The flash forward from Perfect and does get the stun. They get the knock up, and there is another ace for KT. This time it's clean, and this time I think it's just stamped themselves a ticket to Busan.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for this wave, which will buy some time here, but it's going to be Pantheon and Elise that come up first here, and this team of KT Rolster is just so fed. They just don't care. They're looking to go in, take this inhibitor out, and fish for a pick. Lehens, what can you do alone? 4 levels down on Peter in this game. 6 deaths on the Elise.
Oh,
it's clear the wave.
Ridiculous. They are just going to try and clear the wave as best they can. This one last minion is going to be coming through, but now Lehens doing some funny business. You walking out
TP
through the
flank.
base gates. Okay. The health bars are somewhat low. And let's see whether Nongshim can find the angle. The flash Tibbers is going to have to be insane, but he doesn't even have flash. Gideon comes in with the Grand Starfall. And there is the paranoia turn. Nongshim had to go for something, but I don't know whether this is going to work as they take down the Pantheon immediately, and BDD is looking for another charm. Onto Lehens, back over the wall. They find another one, of course. Peter goes in there to throw himself away. The Tibbers comes on down. It's doing a fair bit of damage as now Cuz able to get the spell shield, and Doctom has singled out Giu and will be able to pull back the feathers, but Giu does get himself out of the way. Not quite enough there as Giu will survive, and now looking for some Mystic shots towards Perfect.
Look for anything there on to Perfect. That's going to be sole point here for KT.
Crucial Barrage picks the gap. It's nice, 6 points, but that is generally not a good thing as BDD, he senses that there's someone here. And Gideon was he just wanted to do some alcove gaming. In goes Cuz. They are going to kill the Pantheon, who does dive on top of BDD, but
he didn't have
just
ult.
Gonna die.
Just 10 seconds away. I think his game plan was to hide and try to ult for the steal, and then look for and then look for the 3-man to push for an inhib. Like, that was the plan.
You get to steal. The rest of them are on the bottom side of the map, taking an inner.
Exactly, but now it's just going to be defensive Baron minions that help defend this push. They do get the bounty on this inner, but that's all they're going to get. Giu looks for it.
Yeah, Crucial Barrage is just going to help them. And so Cuz and Doctom will be able to take this one down. Level 16 for Cuz as well. My God, good play from KT in one period of time.
That reminds me of 2023, where they were the first seed.
Yep. And so they are going to be heading, most likely, to Busan. We'll see if it's on the back of Peter's play here as, yeah, the Elise goes up and does get taken out once again. Perfect going to be able to lock that one up, but it is just a kill on the Elise for now. There might be another fight in Nongshim. 25 seconds until Lehens is back up yet again. 1 and 8 though on the Elise. BDD just putting together his Forbidden Book. And yep, in they go once again. BDD turns back up again with that new thing bought from the library. And Tibbers is going to go down as an afterthought. Gideon also falling. And Kingen, yeah, he built a rage plate, but that's mainly because of his feelings, ladies and gentlemen. Nexus turret number 2 going to be taken out, and KT back-to-back clean sweeps to bring them to a telecom war in Busan.
These were some of the best highlights from today's matchup. Which moment was your favorite? Let me know in the comment section below. This is OP, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
He Gordon Ramsay crowned Moroccan food the world's best.
It is my pleasure to finally announce the #1 cuisine across the planet is Moroccan cuisine.
And today, we're putting that claim to the test.
Wow. Maybe Moroccan food really is the best in the world.
In this ultimate Moroccan food marathon, we're traveling the entire nation to see if this North African country can really live up to the hype.
This is the best seafood experience I've had in a long time.
From smoky, char-grilled street-side meats
The charcoal is really coming through.
to over-the-top animals roasted whole.
Already about 15 to 20 lambs have been put down into the oven. It's so epic.
I'm here to see it all, starting in the ancient city of Fez.
This is not the food I was expecting to be trying here in Morocco. This thing is a beast.
Here, I plan to taste Morocco's greatest hits to see if Morocco really deserves the title of best food country. Let's find out.
It's gonna be my first time trying Moroccan food.
Yeah.
Fatima, how you doing?
Good.
Joining me, our local guide, Fatima, born and raised in the city of Fez.
Right here, we have some coming fresh out the oven.
This is the normal bread. We call them khubz. This is our spoon in Morocco.
This communal oven makes a type of bread that's a staple in Moroccan cuisine. You'll find it everywhere, but its story begins here.
How old is this place right here?
This is like from 17th century.
That sounds old.
Made with just wheat flour, yeast, and salted water, it's baked in an ancient hand-built oven, fueled by cedar wood, giving it a distinct flavor and aroma.
And so I guess the big question is, why have a communal oven?
Because some houses, there is no like a big place to put an oven in. So they make the dough at home and they bring it here. Also, they can bring like their tagines, their spleen, heart, chicken, cake, anything.
I mean, nothing better than an oven with a spleen and a cake side by side.
Yes.
That sounds amazing.
Take a look here. Okay, there you go. a fish tagine. Do you want to help?
Sure.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
For like 20-25 minutes, and they will come back for it later.
There you go. This is wild. So somebody just made that at home. They brought it here, and
Yes.
he's gonna bake it up. And then he has some kind of internal clock, so he knows how long all the food has been inside.
Yes.
That's remarkable. Is that one for me? Thank you, my guy. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what? They told me it might be hot. Can I tell you? Pretty hot. Yes. Take a look how steamy that is. Here you go.
Thank you.
Let's go for it. Oh, yeah.
Can you taste the wood flavor?
Good question. A little bit. It's a little bit different than like a gas oven. I would say especially in the texture. Maybe not as much in the flavor for me, but in the way that it feels. What do you think?
I used to it
You've had this, what, every day for your whole life?
5 times a day.
No, the only thing that's missing, really, flavor. And that's why we're headed to our next destination.
Yes.
To find out if Moroccan cuisine truly deserves the title of best in the world, I need to dig into its most iconic dishes. First up, a dish with a cooking method so unique you won't find it anywhere else.
We're about to get our first taste of Moroccan cuisine here at a restaurant known as The Second Wife. To my side, we have a traditional Moroccan barbecue firing away, but we are not here for that. Oh no, my friend. We are here for one of the most iconic Moroccan dishes you will find in this country, right here, the tagine. This is it in its final form. But how did we get here? Let's go find out.
There are countless variations of tagine, but at this restaurant, you can choose from the classics: beef, lamb, or chicken. First, garlic, parsley, salt, pepper, ground ginger, turmeric, and olive oil are added to the base. The whole mix is then buried under a layer of onions before moving on to the next step. For the vegetables, it's a colorful lineup of potatoes, zucchini, carrots, and green beans, all arranged in a neat wall around the coveted protein. To top it off, a slice of lemon and tomato.
All right, folks, our tagine is fully constructed and it's ready to meet some heat. This is amazing because this is both a cooking tool and a type of dish. And how it works is you heat the base and then the heat slowly rises up the center of the cone and drips down. It creates a self-basting environment, which is perfect for slow cooking meats like chicken or like what we have today, goat. Fatima, my first taste of Moroccan cuisine awaits. Before we open these up, I want to tell you a little bit about my mission today. Gordon Ramsay says that Moroccan cuisine is the best in the world. Now, to be fair, I think he was kind of reporting it. There was a big vote put out on a website called puberty.com. They amassed millions of views, and at the end of it all, among many dozens of countries, it was voted that Moroccan cuisine was the best in the world.
What do you think?
By the end of today, I'm going to find out for myself if this is true.
Sure.
It's very robust, full of stuff. Soon we'll be building up to something else right here, but first we have the chicken with the vegetables.
Let's go for the bread.
Take the bread, break the bread.
And then we dip it.
We should not have two tagines. Same great bread. I can taste olive oil, I can taste the lemon. So at what point do we like...
Go to inside?
Yeah.
Normally we need to finish the little veggies, then we go to the inside.
Oh, really?
Normally.
So this whole time you are not using a fork?
No.
Really?
At all.
How's that like?
Not Moroccan.
I can't do anything right.
No, but you're good.
I'm amazed by this meal. I'm surprised. I had a preconceived notion of how this was gonna work, and it's not working out that way at all.
Try to mix chicken and something else. Careful, there is a bone in here.
Oh, thank you. Wow. When you get to the center, you get that meat, you get the caramelized onions, and the meat that's been cooking right up against that clay. Super good. So that is the chicken, but we also have one more tagine I want to try.
This is goat meat with caramelized prunes, a mix between savory and sweet.
I got my little bread gloves, and there's kind of a soupy broth.
Weird.
It's a new sensation. Something I've never had before, but all those flavors work together beautifully. But it's very sweet.
Some people don't accept like meat with something sweet, but in Morocco it's very normal and very famous.
I accept all types of meat.
Cool.
Thank you. So I want to try to peel back some of this meat with the bread. Ooh, look at that. It's very goaty, plus just all this sweet stuff surrounding it. So it's sweet, it's savory, it's fatty. Somehow a walnut snuck in there. I got nuts in my mouth. It's everything all at the same time. A very new experience, I gotta say. It's so complex and so different, and I've never had anything like this before.
Soon I'll be tracking down one of Morocco's most precarious pastries.
Nothing here would indicate to me that this is anything but a dessert. Meanwhile, inside, it's full of pigeon meat, and not just any type of pigeon, like a teenager pigeon.
But first, I'm heading back to the Medina to check off another Moroccan must-try food, just as soon as I give you the scoop on what it was really like to shoot in Morocco.
So right now you're watching this Morocco documentary, and I gotta say, this one was really a tough one to make. Things change fast on the road. One day it's smooth sailing, and the next you're paying unexpected fees, negotiating with hagglers on the side of the road, or covering last-minute expenses for the crew in cash. Our Morocco budget ballooned by thousands. That's production. But staying in control of the mess, that's where Revolut comes in. Revolut is a financial app that helps you find money freedom, wherever you are. For us, that meant holding and spending in over 25 currencies, exchanging money at great rates, and pulling out local cash from ATMs without ridiculous fees. So when someone said cash only, we were ready. I sent money to the fixer, paid local staff, and tracked spending by category, all in the app. When something felt off, I froze the card. When I needed to buy something online, I used a virtual card I generated in seconds. Revolut is built for people who move fast, which, let's be honest, is most of us. And the spending insights are super helpful when you're trying to figure out what went wrong with the initial expected budget. Over 50 million people use Revolut to manage their money in a way that works for them. If that sounds like something you need, sign up using the link in this video's description and get $20 to start. Guys, it's 2025. Keep your money in check. Now, back to the show. We have come to our next restaurant, a restaurant specializing in a dish known as couscous. Couscous, the base of it begins with this right here. This is semolina flour. But what is semolina?
Yellow semolina, it's very famous, coming from wheat.
It comes from wheat?
Known for its distinct yellow hue and high protein content, semolina on its own can be a bit rough, but mixing it with salt, olive oil, water, and white flour create a perfect balance of soft and firm, a texture that's just right for making proper couscous.
Couscous is a traditional dish. Friday is a Muslim holiday, so we make normally a couscous for the whole family, and we share.
Making couscous is a labor-intensive process with origins dating back a millennia, often traced to the Berber people of Algeria and Morocco.
There's some tread. As she moves the couscous around, these bigger balls are becoming smaller balls because you don't want big chunks, but you also don't want to put in too much water and get like one big glob, and you also don't want dust like this. You need the perfect texture for the couscous. This is the final result right here. It looks amazing. From a super thin flour to these tiny balls. It feels damp, it feels kind of grippy. That's a weird word. Like if you were gonna lift weights or do pull-ups, you could put this on your hands first. So this is the base, this is the foundation of our dish, but there's a lot more to do coming up next. Let's get to it.
In a pot, beef, onions, salt, pepper, turmeric, tomato, chickpeas, olive oil, parsley, and some water come together. But it's not truly Moroccan until you throw in a load of vegetables, like cabbage, carrots, radish, potatoes, zucchini, eggplant, pumpkin, and of course, even more tomato. Above the stew, a steaming vessel is placed on the same pot. This clever setup, called a couscousier, uses the heat and steam from the bubbling stew below to cook the couscous to fluffy perfection.
The couscous is just a small part of the entire presentation, but on top of it, there are so many different vegetables. This is like real farm food, I feel like. Would you agree with that assessment? Perfect. That's what I do too. When I don't understand something, I do an uncomfortable laugh, and then I look like, did that satisfy? We good? From here, she's putting on a sweet element, caramelized onion and raisins, and I'm finally gonna get to try out this beauty. Fatima has moved on to our next location to secure the animal for our next food, which is a live pigeon. More on that soon, but first, the couscous, a fortress of vegetables. Deep in the core, there is meat. But like the tagine, they make you work your way through the vegetables to get to the protein. What is that, a zucchini? Good carrot. We have the cabbage, and I feel like you could spice that up with some of this on top, the onions and raisins. Oh yeah, what a combination. Of course, the raisins are sweet, but I'm noticing that in Morocco so far, they love to caramelize onions and to use it as a sweet force within the dish. This is what I'm really curious to try, the actual couscous itself. The couscous doesn't have a ton of flavor, but it's a kind of a flavor vehicle. You put other flavors on there and it just offers this wonderful texture, and it's a nice carbohydrate base. Meanwhile, we've got soup on the side right here. That broth, I'm gonna give that a little bit of a sip. Oh yeah. And what I'm told is you can actually dump some of this soup. You can really saturate that couscous in those delicious flavors. Oh yeah. The couscous really effectively saturates or soaks up all those flavors. So far we've just had vegetables and the couscous, but inside, as you dig deep into the core of this dish, you will reveal the meat. We've got beef right here, more, ow. So hot. Okay, there you go. How is that 10 out of 10 hot still? It tastes amazing. I love it. And the fattier the beef, the better. With as many countries as I've been to, I'm still seeing new ways of cooking and different ways of utilizing savory and sweet elements and combining them into something like this. So this is couscous, but I am still well on my way to figuring out if Moroccan cuisine is really the best in the world, as voted on by millions of people on puberty.com. And our next food actually includes the use of a pigeon. Before we head to the restaurant, we are headed to the market to actually source this animal for ourselves. From the couscous, we are headed to our next destination, which brings us even deeper into the Medina. Right now, we are surrounded by markets which have things like this, hanging food, but I'm looking for something much more alive. Come with me. Deep down this alleyway here, you will find a man serving birds. This guy right here. Hello, salam. You got those pigeons? Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to access his bird room right now. Okay, can you hold me? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, okay, thank you. Shukran, shukran. All right, guys, come in. You're next. Right now I'm with my man Hisham, and he is the bird guy, the bird dealer. He's got birds of a few different types. If you look down here, a load of different chickens to choose from. And when I say choose from, I mean you can literally point to which chicken you want and he will, right?
Yes.
Yes. Besides the chickens, he also has these right here, pigeons. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow, that's a scraggly one. I'm a huge fan of countries where they eat pigeon. It's one of those birds I feel like it's underutilized, it's looked down on by many parts of the world, but why not embrace the pigeon? It's like a quail, except I think it flies better. From here, we're gonna round up about 6 to 8 of these pigeons, but first he's got to, right?
Yes.
If you haven't noticed, all the meat we've eaten today has been prepared the halal way, following Islamic rules, and it's no different for these pigeons. The chef who I'll be meeting soon has requested that I procure the most premium preteen pigeons.
We have just come back from the bird butcher and our pile of pigeons is right there, and that soon is gonna be cooked up by Suet right here.
Hi, nice to meet you. You are welcome.
Should I say pastilla or pastilla?
Moroccan, we say pastilla.
Is this a meal, a snack, or a dessert?
A lot of people think it's a dessert, but it's a meal.
What's the most common type of meat to put inside?
Pigeon is very traditional, but chicken is a regular eat.
Let's get to cooking. Thank you.
First, the pigeons are marinated with turmeric, ground ginger, salt, garlic, parsley, olive oil, saffron, and water. Once cooked, the meat is carefully picked off the bones, preparing it for the next step. In another pot, caramelized onions are cooked with flour, ground ginger, and eggs. This sweet, savory mixture is then combined with the pigeon meat, creating a rich, flavorful filling. Now onto the pastry. In the streets of the Medina, dough is pressed and coated with olive oil, then placed on a unique, dome-like cooking implement that heats it evenly all the way through. For assembly, a few sheets of pastry brushed with egg yolk form the base. The meat mixture is added next, followed by another sheet of pastry to seal it in. The whole thing is wrapped tightly and sent to the oven. Once baked, the pastry is brushed with honey, topped with almonds, some Moroccan puff pastries in the center, rose petals, a sprinkle of ground cinnamon, and finally a dusting of powdered sugar. The result, a complex pastry with a serious identity crisis.
Let's get into it. I'm gonna stab it right in the middle and bring the hammer down. Oh yeah. If the pigeon wasn't dead before, it's definitely dead now. Oh, there we go. Incredible. Here we've got that crunchy top. We've got that pigeon meat in the middle, along with all those seasonings. There's so many different flavors. The egg is giving it a lot of body. Then there is some pigeon meat in there, but it's not super distinct which pieces are pigeon meat and which aren't. Once you peel back that top layer, you can see these big chunks of pigeon meat. Pigeon veal. Now I know why they have to be so young. It's so tender. It's so juicy. This is one of those dishes, I'm really trying to think hard of what I could compare it to. I got nothing. It's a pastry, it's a dessert, it's a breakfast kind of, it's a meat pie, it's all of those things at one time, yet somehow it works. There's a harmony. There's no flavor that's standing out far too much. It's a little bit sweet, a little bit savory. It's all the flavors you never knew you wanted together. I didn't know something like this could exist, and yet here it is. The more I taste, the more I experience from this country, I don't feel like I'm able to pin down the cuisine. I feel even more lost. So from here, we are headed to one more location. And this location is really important because we're going to somebody's house to eat the food that is one of Gordon Ramsay's favorite in all of Morocco. Hopefully this last food puts the nail in the food coffin, and I will know for sure if Moroccan cuisine is truly the best in the world. Let's head there and find out.
Having visited over 60 different countries in search of food, I've learned one thing. Nothing beats a home-cooked meal if you want to truly experience a country's culinary soul.
Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
Shema,
Yeah.
you've outdone yourself. This looks amazing. This is the food that Gordon Ramsay said this was one of his favorite foods, not just of Morocco, but period.
I've met him in 2019.
Really?
Yes.
I think he's avoiding me. How long did you talk to him?
Just like for 30 minutes.
And you got to meet him too?
Not really.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The star of Rafisa is chicken, marinated in a fragrant mix of ginger, black pepper, turmeric, onion, and olive oil. The marinated chicken is then cooked with more onion, olive oil, a local legume called fenugreek, ground turmeric, ginger, and water, creating a rich aromatic broth.
When are people eating Rafisa here? Because I was told that we could try to find this in a restaurant, but it's not really going to be possible.
Once cooked, the chickens are transferred to another pot, and the onions in the broth are caramelized, making them even more sweet and flavorful.
We do make rafista in some special occasions, like celebrating the baby born.
The birth of a child.
Yeah, or you do have some VIP.
Are you telling me this is something that might come up a few times in your life?
It's very special for these occasions.
I see.
But outside of those occasions, they cook it.
Now for the assembly. Large pieces of flatbread are hand shredded and laid at the base of the platter, ready to soak up the rich flavors of the chicken. The chicken stew poured on top, and of course, sweet clumps of caramelized onions. The platter is then adorned with fried almonds, dates stuffed with nuts and dried rosebuds, apricots filled with walnuts, quail eggs dusted with chia seeds, and roses nestled in pastry. Then there's garlic and boiled quail eggs, also coated with chia seeds.
So there's 3 chickens on here.
Triplets.
We're also kind of celebrating the birth of these chickens too.
They're dead.
Well, okay, that's a fair point. This is a quail egg covered with chia seeds. Very nice.
The garlic.
Take 1 clove.
Squeeze it.
Oh, okay. Extract the garlic.
Yes. Mix it with the bread.
This is good. I can't believe how flavorful that bread is. It still holds its texture. So some parts are soggy and mushy, but some are kind of more chewy. It has a wonderful texture. Here, I've got some chicken. The chicken is succulent and soft. Onions. I love onions. I like them raw. I like them like this. They're caramelized, they're sweet. And then when you mix everything with that bread, it just gives it that carbohydrate layer to go with everything. I'm blown away. It's my favorite thing I've eaten all day. Unbelievable. It's so good.
I'm glad you like it.
So far, we're off to a great start. But to truly verify if Morocco is the world's best food country, I'm gonna need to try a lot more food.
Okay.
Luckily, during this trip, we'll be traveling from Fez to Casablanca to Essaouira and finally to Marrakesh. Right now, I've got one more day in Fez to experience the extreme side of Moroccan cuisine.
It looks insane.
Extreme as in eating an entire camel head.
Holy cow.
But first, let's warm up with a trip to the local butcher shop.
All right, folks, right here we have a whole truck full of these halved cows that are coming into this factory, and now they're a crucial part of today's very unique Moroccan breakfast.
This is a 155-year-old family-run business, specializing in classic Moroccan artisanal treats and
Khlé. This is an ancient, iconic food of Morocco, and it starts with thousands of pounds of beef here in this factory. Let's get started.
Once the meat passes the quality check, it's moved to the butchering room. The fat is trimmed from the meat and set aside for later use.
What really makes this dish unique is the interplay between meat and fat. Right now, they are dividing up those 2 macronutrients on this table, and the meat is cut into strips like this, what you see here. Boom. Take up. He does it real quick.
With our meat in hand, it's time for a little seasoning, a secret family blend that they will not tell me. What I can say is this recipe typically includes the use of cumin, coriander seeds, paprika, garlic, salt, and pepper. Once coated, the beef is sent to the rooftop for the next crucial step.
What I love about this factory is that it's impossible to not include the traditional step of drying the meat outdoors in the sun. Up here, there are over 1,000 pounds of beef that have been drying, and this is the final result. Let's see what happens when we take one off. You can see the texture here. I want to see if it snaps. What's it do? Yeah, it's kind of dry, kind of gummy. The best part is this is not the end product. There's still another crucial step, and that is bringing the fat back in to the recipe.
Remember that fat we trimmed earlier? It gets rendered down in a massive vat, creating a rich base where that dried beef is submerged.
And we have reached the final step of the ghee making process. This is where the fat and the protein reunite. So the beef is gonna cook for 3 hours. What's amazing is that this is obviously a very ancient traditional recipe, but somehow we're in this factory where they're recreating this product on a massive scale because the demand for it is just that high. It looks insane. It looks like big, thick pieces of rope.
After packaging and cooling, the fat encases the meat, forming a protective barrier that locks out air and moisture, effectively preserving the meat for up to 2 years. These days, you can find this food all over Morocco, creeping its way onto breakfast plates throughout the country, like at the restaurant where I'm headed to next.
Najat, this morning I went to a ghee factory.
Ghee factory.
Oh, I went to a ghee factory.
Bravo.
Thank you. Well, it turns out that's a star ingredient in our dish right here.
Melt the clay fat in a pan over medium heat. Cut the clay meat into bite-sized pieces and add them to the pan, letting them soak up that rich beefy flavor. Add even more fat, then crack in some eggs.
I think we have 2 dozen eggs here. There's a lot of eggs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's a minimum 6 eggs here.
Now stir gently, letting the eggs mix with the fat and meat, creating a savory omelet, absolutely dripping with grease.
That has to be amazing. We gotta just try it.
Transfer everything to a plate, don't forget the fat, and toss some of that classic local bread on the side.
You take a piece of bread, it should be cut with hands. And then, look, this is a technique.
Oh.
And then you do like this. Your fingers don't even touch, you know?
Well, it touched a little bit. My thumb is doing an alley-oop. I've got some oil, I've got the egg, I've got the meat. Is the meat gonna be tough? Last time I touched it, it was like a rope.
Dining with me, celebrity chef Najat, who years ago hosted none other than Gordon Ramsay.
I love how it tastes. The fat has gotten in there between the muscle fibers, and it's created this unique texture of something that's partially chewy and partially full of fat and soft. I've lived in Vietnam long enough, a place where people love chewy food, that I've come to appreciate that texture, not just like Americans who like everything soft.
I think if you are able to eat just a quarter, you will feel very strong and you will feel happy, and you have the fat, eggs, which is very important for human beings, correct?
That's right. I'm going at it. I like it. It's really addictive.
No, it's very nice.
Better than just eggs. It's better than any single component here alone. They work together like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right, I want to talk about something else. When I go to Muslim countries where people are eating all halal, you generally don't find that many bizarre foods. In doing research for this country, I did find there were many foods that, even though they are halal, still I would categorize as kind of bizarre.
Yes, sir. I have a lovely camel head with the tongue and everything, with the eyes, waiting for us.
Would this be considered bizarre, especially to some younger folks here in Morocco?
Yes, sir.
Camel, while not as common as beef or lamb, remains a cherished delicacy in Morocco. It's often enjoyed in the form of a burger patty or sausage, but eating the whole head? Well, that's for those who have completely lost their minds.
Holy cow. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, but this is a big camel. YouTube doesn't like stuff like this, but this is food.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
With respect.
And respectfully, I want to give it a little bit of a sniff. Ooh.
Smell animal.
Yeah, it still smells like a camel pasture. It's heavy, by the way. This is like a 20-pound head. How common is it to eat the head versus the meat?
Always when they sacrifice, the head is sold.
Najat, let's do it.
Let's go.
Can I get a takeaway bag or perhaps a small crate?
Najat is headed to a restaurant to whip up a mysterious meatloaf made from camel spleen. Meanwhile, I'm handling the camel head, starting its transformation into something resembling food by first singeing off its hair.
All right, folks, we have our camel head right here, and we have come to a communal oven. Right down here is the oven, and the guy who's anxiously anticipating my camel head. Here's the problem. Everybody in the neighborhood here comes to get their bread baked, but going in that same oven is this right here. How is it gonna affect the taste of the bread? I'm not gonna stick around to find out. Here we go. Here's the camel head. Oh, he just grabs it right by the head and he's gonna go straight into the oven with it, and he shoves it deep inside into the flame. So far, it smells a bit, but it's not overwhelming yet. I'm told it's gonna take 30 minutes to burn all the way off, and then we go on to the next step. That is a big and unruly camel head. This is gonna be a long process.
While waiting for the fire to do its job, I'm heading deeper into the Medina in search of more bizarre bites. This place is a maze of narrow streets packed with lively markets, historic architecture, and countless food offerings. And while skewers are a popular choice, the ones this shop serves may startle you.
Guys, feast your eyes on that. That, my friends, is a cow heart. And this, I want you guys to guess what that is. This is the kidney of the cow. And look, this one's very big. This cow must have been a heavy drinker, or at least used ketamine. From here, he's gonna start slicing the organs, and that's gonna hit the charcoal, and we're gonna get a second breakfast. Take a look right here. This guy makes quick work of these frozen kidneys. It actually is a lot easier to cut a kidney when it's kind of semi-frozen like this.
Welcome, brother.
Thank you. Very nice guy. Great hospitality. Here's what I love about his shop. He has seating here for about 3 people, but then inside there's seating for maybe 6 more. Not a lot of people at one time. You gotta turn tables, turn them and burn them, get people fed and get them out, right?
Welcome, brother. See.
Thank you.
Once the heart and kidneys are chopped up, they're skewered, then grilled over hot charcoal. Chef Alarbi has 44 years of experience on the grill. In this time, literally millions have passed in front of his shop, taking in the aroma of cooked meats. After the skewers leave the heat, he sprinkles the lot with his personal spice mix. And finally, my carnivore diet is ready to begin.
Folks, we have our second breakfast right here, and I've got Alarbi looking over me like a guardian angel. The vibe of the Medina is wild. We are in just this narrow alleyway here. Actually, if you look just across, this guy is selling bread on a short table. This woman right here, she has a couple of breads that she's selling, including these little pancakes. A pancake known as bourrée. The pronunciation's kind of tough with some of these Arabic words. We're gonna start with my favorite animal organ, and that is the heart. I don't care if it's a chicken or a cow. This is an animal organ I absolutely adore. I'm gonna use this as little bread gloves. Rip off a piece, use that to grip it and rip it. It's cooled down a little bit, but it's a nice texture and it's a very nice flavor. The 2 most distinct flavors are chili powder, because it's a little bit spicy, and cumin. Here's what cumin is. Get your taco seasoning, that Ortega pouch, rip it open, and that really present smell in there, that's cumin. It's a very solid piece of meat. It's fatty, and there's a lot of flavor. Actually, it does make sense to pair this one with a little bit of bread, just to cut down the richness a bit. I like it. Moving on to meat, our next meat right here, the kidney. And if I'm honest, kidneys are not my favorite. When I think kidneys, I think of that time I was with the Datoga tribe in Tanzania, and they made me eat it raw. Grab it with some bread gloves, peel it off, and let's throw back some kidney. Oh yeah, it's good. A strong flavor of cumin. Usually the organs, they can be gamey, there can be a lot of minerality, but they're pretty neutral, actually. I'm a big cumin fan. If you are not a fan of cumin, you will not like this, but you also won't like a lot of other Moroccan dishes, because cumin plays a heavy part in seasoning food here. Wagon guy, Cartman.
Now back to the camel head. With its hair removed, I bring it to a reluctant butcher, who, for only 20 bucks, attempts to scrape off any remaining hair scraps before absolutely pulverizing the cranium into unrecognizable head chunks. In the meantime, I'm heading up the street and down an alley to try a delicacy from the Sahara Desert that few locals have even heard of.
We have come to our next destination. This is my guy, Adil. How you doing? Pound it. Boom. If you walk up to this cart and look at the sign, it will say steamed meats, but that only tells part of the story. The rest remains in here. In here you will see some very unique cuts of the cow. Now, you might have thought the heart or the kidney was unusual, but wait till you see what we've got in here, starting with this. This is a pretty easily identifiable piece of meat. Look at how soft and steamy that thing is. This is a cow tongue. Glorious. But the tongue is just the warm-up. This is what I'm really excited for. That right there is the cow's udder. These are the mammary glands of the cow. So that is going to be part of our next meal. Also their soup. Let's go.
When an order comes in, he chops the tender meat into bite-sized pieces and plates them up. The meat gets a sprinkle of cumin, salt, and chili powder for a bold kick of flavor. And to keep up with tradition, the organs are served alongside a soup made of legumes and tomatoes, some sweets on the side, and that old familiar bread.
Right here we have our adventurous lunch before me. First, soup. This looks delicious. It looks thick, hearty. Okay. Heartwarming, especially on a cool day like this in Morocco. I'm gonna work my way up to the cow udder. But first we have the cow tongue, and then right here, the cow cheek. The cheek is one of the most prized parts of the cow. As with many of the foods here, you gotta get some bread gloves, grab a big load of meat, and push it on with your thumb. That is delicious and heavy. If this got steamed a little bit longer, it would be too long. This is almost becoming a paste. It is so soft. It's almost breaking down into nothing. And then we have this right here. This is the tongue of the cow. Here we got bigger, broader, more distinct chunks. This really looks delicious. Now, what's interesting about this place is you can either get the meat cut up on a plate like this, or you can have them jam it into a sandwich for you, but I've gone with the meat on the plate option. That's delicious. Oh, the texture is awesome. And then there's just one meat remaining. Take a look at that. This is the cow udder. It is a strange interconnected maze of tissues meant to create and distribute milk out the nipples. I'm gonna try to rip it in half just to show you how soft and tender it's gotten. Now compare that to the texture of the udder that we ate in Thailand, which was kind of tough and stretchy. This is gonna be a completely different experience, so let's go for it. What? A little bit spongy, but it's been steamed so long, the tissues are really just almost falling apart. Wow. And there's a crap load of salt on there too. It's broken down, it's soft, but the texture is unlike anything I've had before. As you break it open, it just looks slightly bizarre. But as you eat it, it's very soft and it's fairly indistinguishable from the cow cheek, for example. When I ate this in Thailand, it was kind of milky. It had a dairy aftertaste to it, but here, there's none of that. Well, it really just tastes like salt and cumin, because that's what they put on here. I like it. This is something new. This is also gonna be our final taste of cow, because now we're graduating up to the camel.
The camel head, now broken down, heads to its final stop, Najat's restaurant. First, she seals her traditional steamer with flour paste to direct the heat to the top. The head goes in one terrifying piece at a time. After adding salt, Najat places the lid on top. Once fully braised, she plates up the camel head and serves it along with salt, cumin, and paprika. At last, our ultimate bizarre Moroccan dinner can begin.
Najat, you've outdone yourself. Moments ago, I was holding the whole head of a camel in my hands, and now I'm kind of blown away by what I'm seeing here. It's like a big pile of bones and skin and meat. What a glow up. But we're not gonna start with this. Instead, we're gonna start with this. The spleen.
And inside is a planet.
Whether it's your spleen or that of the camel, this organ is in charge of filtering and recycling blood.
It has a nice sheen on it, like it's just been rubbed down with baby oil.
Bueno, baby oil. I could make a joke, but I'm gonna keep it.
It turns out it can also be used as a sausage-like casing after being stuffed with ground camel meat, olives, and spices.
The next move is, if you allow me, to make a little sandwich for you with my hands.
Please. So you split the bread in half. Ooh, and then you attack it from an angle.
Yes, sir. I will remove the fat if you don't mind.
Will you make some for yourself too?
I will, chef. I call you chef, yeah?
More of a mid-tier YouTuber.
You are a human being who show the job that we do.
I've got my spleen, I've got my salad.
A little bit spicy if you like, and then you just eat it.
Oh, wow. That is remarkable. There's so much flavor. I can't believe how juicy and delicious this turned out.
I like it.
Completely not what I expected.
You know, Morocco is a country of color, flavors, and lovely hearts.
It's almost like a processed meat loaf in the way that has this uniform texture.
See? Yes.
A big piece of bologna or something like that. For me, it's very garlicky. There's cumin, tons of animal fat.
Garlic is one of the most beautiful probiotics that we need to put into our system.
Well, my wife doesn't like it if I eat it raw.
Listen, I have a chewing gum. What can I say?
In a moment, we're gonna try the camel, but first I wanna learn a little bit more about you. You grew up in Spain.
I live in San Sebastian, born in San Sebastian.
To what age?
My whole life, my parents live there, my brothers live there.
What's drawn you to Morocco?
The power of the universe. My parents every summer bring me to fairs. I had to walk barefoot. I go to pick up oranges and mint and lovely, wonderful vegetables. Those are the flavors and the aromas that they are inside of me.
So when you were younger, did you ever have camel head?
Head, no, until I was more than 16.
I think we should give it a shot. I'm looking at it. Look, you can see this is teeth, and you can see the insane texture of the inner cheek.
How about this one?
Well, this looks nice too, right here. This is a giant piece of, I think, the bottom bone, and the meat seems to kind of peel right off of it. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of salt. Cheers.
It's like you go to a petrol station and you buy...
Jerky?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is softer than jerky. What's resounding about this is it was put into the communal oven that imbued this smoky flavor onto it.
Everybody brings everything to the local oven. It's normal that the aromas also go into the meat.
And listen, these aromas also went into some guy's bread. And so someone, their bread's gonna be a little bit different today.
You will say, smells like something I'm not, what is this?
After tasting Morocco's wildest and weirdest, we're heading out of Fez and into Casablanca. Here, I'm digging into the local obsession with meat.
Take a look at this. What a beauty.
Building up to a massive, stuffed, boneless lamb.
I'm worried about these burning, if I'm honest. Are these gonna be rotating on a fire?
But first, kebabs, done the Moroccan way, stuffed with 9 different kinds of meat.
Mohammed, first meal of the day?
Yes.
Co-founder of Moroccan Food Tour, Mohammed, is here to guide me through today's meat mania.
Right here, we have something really special. One sandwich with 9 different kinds of meat.
This is the unique creation of Chef Saeed. It starts with the shawarma tower.
How much meat is too much meat?
There's no such a thing like too much meat. We love our meat. Just about 10 years ago, if you go to a restaurant and order vegetarian, they would put chicken in your tagine. They did not understand vegetarianism until, I would say, I don't know, 8 to 10 years ago.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Born in the Middle East, the shawarma commonly takes the form of a towering pile of chicken, lamb, or beef. However, in Chef Saeed's kitchen, all of God's creatures mingle together in one stack, along with 6 other cuts of meat.
So we have here a selection of sausage. This one actually is vegetables and spinach.
This style of cooking, it's famous in Turkey, it's famous in Mexico, but I've never seen sausages go onto a meat tower like this. Well, this is definitely chicken breast.
Yes.
So now he's got a bowl of minced beef.
This minced meat is multiple meats in one, a mix of chicken, beef, lamb, lamb fat, bell pepper, dill, and onion.
It's 3 different animals, and a garden too.
This is smoked chicken sausage. This is beef or veal.
Not just every animal, but animals of all ages. Next we have this minced meat going on. Once again, this minced beef acts like a gloopy cement for him to shove those sausages into.
The sausage actually is a beef sausage that has like a salami taste to it. This is a piece of lamb that goes also into piling everything.
So now have we done a complete cycle of meat?
Yes.
It's just repeating from here.
Yes.
My favorite part is that he has vegetarian sausages in case somebody's vegan.
That's true.
Once the tower reaches the desired height, it's ready for grilling.
How did this innovation, this meat invention come to life?
De mixer, tout d'abord.
Establishment started like just meat on the grill, but the demand from the customers that said, we want your take on a shawarma. And Chef Saeed decided to put 9 different meats on his shawarma.
He said, you want shawarma? I'll give you shawarma.
While shawarma is often wrapped inside a flatbread, Chef Saeed's protein bomb is served inside a homemade baguette. The bread's insides are hollowed out to make room for the incoming onslaught of flavors. Cheesy mayo forms the foundation, followed by a bed of lettuce, fresh onion, tomato, and pickle. Then it's time for the meat. As it's sliced, cross-sections reveal each layer, the sausages resembling rebar holding together the heavy structure. Next, 2 slices of cheese and another layer of mayo blanket the meat. The whole sandwich takes a quick trip to the grill before the finishing touch. A coat of butter and a special crunchy mixture made of baked corn nuts.
So this crust has corn and seeds, and it's binded with a little bit of honey, so it brings a little bit more sweetness.
And then on top of the crumble,
You have like a cheesy mayonnaise, another Chef Saeed specialty.
should we give it a shot?
Oh yes.
An avalanche of meat just fell out of my sandwich. It's falling
It's
apart.
drippy, crumbly.
You got a little bit in your beard. Tough beard food.
Exactly.
There's so much going on here. First of all, the baguette is super crunchy and thin. It does fall apart a little bit, but it is a delicious counterpart to all this meat inside. The taste of the cheesy mayo really sticks out. It's very cheesy. It does taste, slightly like processed cheese. And then there's got to be half a pound of meat in this half of the sandwich. You can't really distinguish the different textures that are in there, but it all has a delicious taste to it. It's been seasoned beautifully. It's all soft, tender, juicy.
The whole package mixes a nice, complex flavor. You can detect a little bit of lamb in there. In some bites, you get a little bit of more chicken. If you look for it, you will find it.
Can you tell the difference?
I have to focus.
Right, and nobody really wants to do that. Right now we're eating the sandwich on baguette bread. Obviously there's a French influence. I noticed that in a lot of menus, I see more menus sometimes in French than in Arabic.
Oh yeah. We've been a French protectorate between 1912 to 1956. So it's still like a predominantly influence in many different ways. Most of the people here in Morocco can speak French. There are, of course, the culture of cafes, the culture of croissant.
The culture of cheese mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, that's pretty French.
What are the positive and negatives to having that attachment to the French culture as a Moroccan, separate nation?
The subject is always brought to surface. Quite a lot of people want to get rid of, but to my personal point of view, I would say we should not, because it's a part of our history. We should not omit. Plus, also, the French culture has quite a lot of good things.
The French may have left their mark on Moroccan cuisine, but those cheese eaters would be in awe of what we're approaching next. An entire lamb ingeniously transformed into one lamb-sized sausage. Mohammed and I are here to see how it's done.
Today I've been on a mission to explore Morocco's unbridled passion for meat, and that has led me here to this restaurant with this fine specimen right here.
This lamb is coming from Ben Sliman, one region here, and its name Sardi.
It had a name?
Yes, of course.
What?
Sardi actually is the name of the breed.
Oh, thank God.
Soon this lamb will be fully stuffed and roasted whole inside a bread oven. But that's not even the wildest thing about this.
I want to talk about what's going inside of it. These are lamb testicles.
Yeah,
exactly.
Either this lamb had a lot of balls, or this is sourced from multiple lambs.
Yeah.
The lamb still has its own balls.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
Before going inside the lamb, the testicles say goodbye to their skin before being chopped into small cubes. Ugh. Ouch.
I'm sorry.
Why are we putting so many testicles inside of this lamb?
To make a lot of flavors to make it more nice, more juicy inside also.
Every household in Morocco, at least once a year, will have the testicles. It's a common dish to prepare.
So that is one standout, unique component, but we also have a bunch of other nice doodads going inside. First of all, this brain is not from a lamb, unless this was like a Elon Musk of lambs.
It's a beef brain.
I like that we're going cross-species now.
The cow's brain, kidneys, and tenderloin are cubed and tossed into a tray with the testes. Our chef introduces them to wood ear mushrooms, pepper, turmeric powder, cumin, dried rosemary, fermented butter, and salt. He mixes them up well before adding a tangled nest of vermicelli. Now the stuffing is ready. But the lamb waits for its turn.
You're gonna remove all its bones.
Yes.
Like Wolverine.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna replace it with titanium.
Using a surprisingly small but sharp knife, our chef extracts the lamb's whole spine and rib cage.
It's not 100% deboned. We'll have the legs bones and the shoulder bones still in there, just to still keep the shape. And it's gonna be all tied together, and it's gonna look like a full lamb.
So it's like a porchetta with limbs.
Yes.
All right, folks, preparation for our stuffed lamb is underway. They deboned this thing, and this is the result. It looks like the set for the Lion King. Anybody remember that? All right.
Now it's time to stuff this oversized meat tube with seasoned minced beef and the mixture prepared earlier. For the vegans, please look away. But don't stop the video. We need the AdSense.
So, after being stuffed, it is finally time for the suturing. Here he carefully uses a thick thread and a needle, and he sews up the animal. It's really unique because it has no backbone anymore, like me ever since I got married. Meanwhile, it has legs. So when it's done cooking, we could literally cut it down the middle, chop it in half like a big sausage, and rip it apart.
Once the lamb's belly is sewn tight, its knee joints are slit and bent into an unnatural yoga pose. Before it reaches our dining table, the lamb will spend the next 4 hours in the restaurant's bread oven. In the meantime, I'm heading out on my own, uncovering more meaty marvels in the city of Casablanca. From a platter made of every animal in the ocean to a butcher shop serving some unexpected animal options.
And our meat mission continues with this right here, what I like to call the meat of the ocean. Beside me, every fish's worst nightmare. Mustafa. He's actually a really nice guy. At this location, this fish is going to be broken down into tiny little pieces by him, and then it's going to be turned into a seafood omelet. Not a combination you see every day, but hey, I'm open-minded and I'm willing to give it a try. But first, we've got work to do. Here in Morocco, or at least here in this restaurant, it takes 2 men to take down a fish this size. So we have Mustafa, but we also have the apprentice. What's your name? Ishmael? Bible night.
Chef Mustafa's restaurant is a favorite among seafood lovers.
Ugh, I'm in the splatter zone right now.
The piles of seafood being served up here remind you that Casablanca is still a coastal city. Casablanca is more than the setting of a classic film. With one of the world's largest artificial ports, it's Morocco's biggest city and economic engine. Mustafa finishes his butchering process by cubing and skewering the tuna meat. The skewers receive a coat of oil mixed with fresh parsley and coriander. Then they rest on the grill top until they cook through. Sizzling next to those chunks of tuna, the main course. An omelet of sorts paired with all the Little Mermaid's friends. Here's how it's made.
From the prep kitchen, we have come here to the assembly room, and right behind me, you can see all the seafood that's already been chopped into little bitty pieces. We've got shrimp, we've got octopus, we even got squid right here, but that is not the best part. You see over here, we've got my guy Mustafa working on this recipe, putting all these seafood elements together into these tins.
Start with a base made of tomato sauce and olive oil mixed with 17 herbs, then cuttlefish and mussels. Mustafa loads each pan with a handful of shrimp, followed by octopus and a prawn. He stacks the pans on a tray, then hauls them out to his massive charcoal-fueled grill. Here, each pan receives a fish egg sack, a sprinkle of 17 dried herbs, and finally, to bind all the components together, some land caviar, also known as a chicken egg. Chef Mustafa's grilling experts remove the lids and drain the excess juice from the pan before sending the final product to the table, a process that happens up to 800 times per day.
Even with everything you see on the table now, it is not yet complete. We still need one more ingredient. Mustafa, my guy Mustafa, coming in right here with the oil. Here he's made his own olive oil full of 17 different herbs. Oh my God, that looks real heavy. Thank you. Let me tell you the story of Mustafa. This guy is a legend. He started off in a market filleting fish for like $1 a pop, making no money. And then he created an Instagram page. He went viral, but he started this restaurant where he is the main cook behind everything you see here. So this is the main course that we're after. The way this was sold to me was more like a seafood scrambled egg. I'm not gonna call it that at all. This is more like a lot of seafood. And hey, we also put an egg on top. Speaking of eggs, there's also an egg sack. It is from a whiting fish. This whiting looks inviting. These are all the eggs that would have popped out of here, except they have been trapped, encased, and cooked inside this sack. Not a lot of flavor, but you can actually feel the eggs. It's kind of goopy, a little soupy. It's smoky from the grill, and then it's oily from the oil. I'm surprised with this dish how many different types of seafood there are in here. I'm gonna come back to this in a moment, but first, I thought initially the tuna was gonna be in here, but I'm told the flavor of the tuna is too strong to actually put in with the eggs. I'm gonna take the grilled tuna and dip it right into here to the harissa. This is a very spicy and super sour sauce that's also now been coated with oil. Oh my God. I love it. The tuna, a little fatty, smoky, but this sauce, when it's combined, this is a match made in heaven. First of all, it's spicy. Second of all, it's sour, but it's sour kind of like green olive juice is sour. So imagine a spicy green olive juice. Is that your thing? For most people, probably not.